Hello everyone, I'm Bishi. Tonight, we're finishing the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. It's happening! It's tonight! I'm like 95% sure. It should be 99%. I'm pretty sure we're finishing it. So we're gonna be finishing the 5th episode of Great Ace Attorney Resolve and saying goodbye to Furlock Sholmes forever. I'm gonna miss him. I'm gonna miss Ryu. I'm gonna miss Susato. I'm gonna miss Furlock. I'm gonna miss the baby. Oh god, what's her name? I haven't even finished the game and I forgot. Iris. I was thinking Lily. I thought of the wrong flower. I just call her the baby. I call her the baby. That's how I think of her. She's just so baby. I remember Gina, Cosimo, Van Zeeks, Stronghart. Oh no, I was worried that you canceled stream. Got home right at 10:20 and was rushing to come and sit down. I'm so sorry. Yeah, today of all days, I was running a bit late. I just couldn't start at the usual time, but I'm here and I have a ramen blanket. Do you guys like that? Do you forgive me for being late? My mom gave it to me. Are you gonna play the Edgeworth game? I'm going to be playing the rest of the Apollo trilogy first, because I started with that first. I've already finished the first game in the trilogy, so I only have 2 more. And people recommended that I play that before going back to the Edgeworth game. But I do plan on playing the Edgeworth game after that. So it'll be the 2nd Apollo game, 3rd Apollo game, then Edgeworth. But I have to say, there's the new Yakuza game coming out next Friday, and I'm only going to be playing that for a little while. Which, those streams are very fun too. If you've only watched my Ace Attorney streams, I will be playing Ace Attorney again in the future. But I'm going to be taking a little break from it to focus on the new Yakuza game. And if you like drama, if you like silly hijinks and silly voices and just silly happenings, that still happens during the Yakuza streams. And I promise the new game is very, very fun. Even if Yakuza is not really your thing, we make it a very good time. So if you only watch Ace Attorney, the Yakuza streams are pretty fun. So I would definitely recommend those if you want to hang out with us still, even while I'm not playing Ace Attorney. But I will be playing the other games, don't worry. It's just gonna take me a minute to pick them back up, just because I'm very excited about that other game. Majima's gonna be taking priority, yes. But that's why I'm really glad that we're finishing this today. So it's just a nice, clean kind of ending for Ace Attorney for now. I finished Dead Space last week. We're gonna finish Kiwami right before the game comes out next week. So it's all kind of wrapping up in a good way. So, you know, that's why I'm like, oh, that's good. That's good. I actually can focus on Majima because I've finished the other games I was playing, you know? And I've been playing this game for a long time. I still haven't looked up how long. I'm kind of like scared to look up when I started playing the Chronicle games because it was a long time ago. I'll have to finish the next game in Apollo so that your streams don't spoil me. Yeah, I mean, you don't have to worry for a little bit. I think I'm probably not going to get to playing the 2nd Apollo game until like a month from now. Or maybe 2 months. I don't know. I can't make any promises of how long it's going to take me to start playing other games aside from Majima. I'm just going to call it Majima. But yeah, I will be playing them, but it's probably going to be at least a month from now. I'll be surprised if it takes us more than 2 hours, but we'll see. Yeah, I think it's going to be a short stream today. We'll just get started and see how it goes, and we'll figure it out. But, yeah. I say we go ahead and get started. Shall we? Why is she standing like that? Hello? Yes, pay the mods the toll. Give them chocolate. Okay, let me pull up my notes. I gotta lock in. It's time for video game. Okay. Gotta focus. Why is she standing like that? Yeah! Girl, you good? Are you okay? Need help? Okay. Alright, let me just read over some of these notes from last time. So the last thing I have written is we can use the little Furlock bunny item if we get stuck. That's good to know. We have determined that Stronghart is the Reaper and orchestrated everything, which I already had guessed a while ago. Let's see, it says next time we're going to cross-examine Mikotoba, right, since he was in the autopsy room and is the only person able to testify about what happened. He wrote the autopsy and Wilson signed it. Mikotoba was the first assistant to the autopsy, yeah, and then the mom of that girl was the second assistant, and she's now in jail from the other case. Oh, and then, oh my god, I forgot about this. The key evidence that led to Asoki's guilty verdict 10 years ago was fabricated. Kazuma threatened Gregson, who admitted to it. The inspector, coroner, and prosecutor colluded, and now they're being murdered to protect the secret, I guess by Stronghart, who is the Reaper. So we already know a lot of the secrets here, but not quite everything, which is why we're finishing it today. I also have a huge paragraph here. Asogi couldn't carry out the mission, so the judge decided to do it himself since he couldn't... Oh yeah, not Asogi, but Kazuma here. Kazuma couldn't carry out the mission, so the judge decided to do it himself since he couldn't send another student, because Ryu was doing that. Gregson was given a fake mission by the Reaper to get him on the boat, so the judge could kill him. Assassin exchange planned by the Reaper. Gregson was on a mission to kill the judge, but it was a fake mission that they gave Gregson. After 9 p.m. after dinner. Yeah, this is just about how Jikoku killed Gregson and then tried to pin it on that other dude, and then Van Zeeks got there instead and picked up the gun, so then he was the one that was taking the fall for it. Yeah, blah 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 blah, bunch of stuff happening. Okay, I think I've got the major details that we need here. And if I get stuck, I'll read it more closely, but I have very detailed notes here, so hopefully that will help me. Best I can get you, you'll have to refine it and mix it with the cacao yourself. Okay. Got a DIY chocolate now, okay. You imagine that for your Valentine, you just give them, like, cocoa powder? Here you go. Figure it out. I heard you like DIY. You can DIY your own candy for Valentine. You mean to tell me Van Zeeks did an Edgeworth and picked up the gun and implicated himself? Yes! Yes! That's exactly what happened! Yes! Yes. History repeats itself. Not the bad of the plant itself, even worse. Okay. So, witness, please state your name and occupation for the court. Yujin Mikotoba, lecturer in forensic medicine at the Imperial Yume University in Tokyo, Japan. And Professor Mikotoba, the young lady beside you is... Ah, this is Dr. Maria Gori, Scotland Yard's practicing coroner, the daughter of Dr. Scythe, I understand. Yes, Dr. Scythe. I'm afraid I can't tell you why she's here. She just appeared.
You summoned this strange Japanese man as a witness to that autopsy. But you don't summon Mama. That makes no sense. She was there too.
That's about the size of it. I've had her eyes boring into the side of my cheek constantly, whilst I was in the antechamber too. Poor man. The idea of it's making me shudder. The revelations about Dr. Scythe that came to light some days ago defiled the reputation of the entire judiciary. She was therefore deemed unfit to appear as a witness in today's proceedings. The Ministry of Justice's decision on that is final. Oh, we wouldn't want any more perjury to be committed, would we? I like her. She's just a goth girl, you know? She's a goth girl. Hey Panda, welcome in. How you doing? How's everyone's Thursday? How's everyone's Thursday going? Good, I hope. Edgeworth may not be descendant to Van Zeeks, yet somehow he replicates his essence. Yeah, it's like, that's something I've always been curious about with Chronicles, because it hasn't been replicating anything so far of like, oh, is this person an actual ancestor to this character from the later games? You know, I don't know. It might... We still have more game to play today, so we'll see. Don't tell me, but... Don't tell me anything. But, you know, to me, Ryu is Phoenix. Kazuma... I guess Kazuma is more Edgeworth. But then Van Zeek's very, very, very much gives Edgeworth. So it's kind of almost just like a spiritual ancestor, I feel like. Like, these characters are kind of like emulating the ones from the trilogy, but it's not exactly like, this is his great-great-great-great-great-great-grandpa. At least, I don't know. I'm not sure. Oh, she's your favorite? The goth girl. Were Plague Doctors the original goths? Yes. Ryu does share a name with Phoenix in Japanese. So that's kind of all we have. Perhaps. And then the localization makes it kind of weird too, because the original trilogy is like in America, but really it's supposed to be in Japan, which would make more sense for them to be descendants. Anyway. Ministry of Justice. Some questionable strings are being pulled, I think. I remember you, Dr. Mikotoba. But I certainly never expected to be meeting you under these circumstances. Yes, it's been a long while, Lord Stronghart. The prosecution understands that you were a visiting student of forensic science in London until 10 years ago. That's right. I studied under Dr. Wilson at St. Sinners. So, you were present at the autopsy of my brother, Lord Clint Van Zeeks. I was, yes. I assisted Dr. Wilson with the entire procedure.
Mama is far more skilled than any Japanese man.
Well, Dr. Wilson asked me to be his primary assistant on that occasion. And this autopsy report was actually penned by you, I believe. Yes. I noted all of the doctor's findings, and when we were done, he read through the document and he signed it.
Poor Mama. As secondary assistant, she wouldn't have had such a good view of all the
the innards. The organs.
So, Professor, do you remember Inspector Gregson?
Yes, of course. If it wasn't for his insistence, Lord Van Zeeks' autopsy would never have happened. But he was absolutely convinced that it would reveal decisive evidence against Genshin, you see. So Lord Stronghart had to entreat the nobility to allow it to take place. Do correct me if I'm wrong, my lord. It was as a result of that autopsy that a mass murderer was apprehended and justice was done. But Gregson admitted it before he was killed. He admitted that the results of the autopsy were fabricated. You were there at the time. You must testify. You have an obligation to tell the truth about what really went on. Yeah, fabricated, okay. Absolutely. That's precisely why I'm here.
And that's why I'm here too.
Okay. I don't think she was there, though. Very well, then. You will give your formal testimony now, witness. But before you begin, a word of warning. Oh? You will state truthfully and accurately what you saw and what you heard at the time. I wouldn't dream of doing otherwise, my lord. The moment your testimony verges on supposition, I will expel you from my courtroom. Remember that. I'm gonna write that down, because there might be a point where I'm like, should I push further? Might be a bad idea. Okay. So, don't let Mikotoba say anything that he didn't hear or see directly. Let's say that. Okay. The autopsy of Clint Van Zeeks. Can I catch up with chat?
Then why is she in jail then?
That emote is so good. Oh, that's great. Oh. Thursday's going good. Getting ready for Valentine's. Yeah. Me and Ruuuvo are still trying to figure out exactly what we're going to do. We have some ideas. But we'll see. Making some ramen to go with the finale. Perfect! Perfect to go with my blanket. I just have to eat ramen while wearing this blanket, and then life will be okay again. Life will be good then. Also, the demo for Magi Gaiden is out, and I already got spoiled on a song. No, I'm so sorry. The most I've been seeing was some screenshots that I didn't recognize, so I'm assuming they were from the demo. But even that, I was like, oh, I don't know how much of this I want to see, you know, even though it's just kind of like screenshots of Majima looking nice. So I had to mute a bunch of words. I had to mute the name Majima. I had to mute Majima. It makes me so sad. I felt so sad typing it. I was like, I'm so sorry. I love you, but I'm so sorry I have to do this. No, yeah, in general, I think that demos are a good thing because I do think that people should get a chance to try out a game before they purchase it to make sure that it really is what they want to play, what they want to buy. Because nowadays, with how expensive some games are, they are an investment, you know? So I think they're a good thing, but this one releasing like a week before, I'm not sure why they chose to do that. But you know, for the people that absolutely can't wait, it is great because then you can go and play a little taste of it already. But you know, with the game coming out so soon, I'm just not really a demo person in the first place. I just like to experience it all in one sitting. I get frustrated when I do a demo and then I can't play anymore, and then I'm like, oh, now I gotta wait, and I'm even more excited. So when I know that I'm gonna buy a game no matter what, I don't need the demo. You know what I mean? But demos are good for people that are on the fence, so. Didn't even hear the song, just popped into a stream and someone in the chat mentioned a song that I didn't know was gonna be in it. Oh. I can't mute Majima, you can't make me. No, I mean, there's so many other words you can mute to help yourself, but it made me very sad. Okay, alright. From my own observations, I couldn't say there was any indication of the autopsy results having been fabricated. Okay. Death resulted from a wound made by a Western-style sword, transfixing the heart. That I found a little strange. What? They did say it was from a duel, didn't they? Oh no, this is Gregson. Between 9 p.m. and midnight. A single stab wound to the heart, right. Other superficial external wounds indicative of a duel. And then we have to remember that was the scarlet ink stains on the little and ring fingers of the right hand, but no document in corresponding ink was found. Okay. And then we got the evidence from his stomach that Gregson insisted we do an autopsy to find, basically. But then something's been fabricated. Okay. There's a lot to take away from this autopsy, so I really have to stay on top of the details for that. Maybe I'll do that. So, okay, Clint. Death by stab to the heart. Red ink on little and ring finger, I think. Of right hand. No document found. And then, key evidence found in stomach. Okay. Yeah, so the death resulted from a wound made by a Western-style sword to the heart. That's very precise, isn't it? APC Man, welcome in! Howdy. The demos, I remember when they released a Y6 demo. They messed up the coding and accidentally gave people the whole game. Yeah, I remember hearing about that. I didn't experience it, because I played Y6 later. But I remember people told me about that. Oh my god. So scary. As like a, you know, I'm sure the devs were like, what do we do? Man, that sucks. Oh. Okay. Found that strange.
There were no other signs of internal injury, nothing questionable at all. It was just that beautiful but dangerous piece of evidence removed from the man's stomach.
Beautiful but dangerous. So, she was there? Maybe as a little girl? Presumed to have been swallowed by the victim as a way of posthumously identifying his assailant. Right. Right. They say that he swallowed it on purpose. No indication. Nothing to suggest fabrication? Professor Mikotoba, are you certain about that? Well, nothing that I could positively identify as such, much less swear to in testimony. Well, that clears things up nicely. The only fabrication here, Asogi, has come from you. What? You claim the inspector confessed just before his death, but that is the fabrication. No, he freely acknowledged it. I swear he did. Really? With the tip of a sword at his throat. The man was clearly at his wit's end. The court will give no credence to this confession that was uttered in obvious desperation. Quite simply, there was nothing questionable about the investigation of Lord Clint Van Zeek's death. And with this testimony we have, without question, uncovered the whole truth of the matter. She's still just staring at him. If I may, my lord. There was most certainly something questionable about it, and the whole truth does rather elude us, I feel. I beg your pardon. Well, you're obviously aware of the facts of the case. All 4 of the professor's previous victims died when an enormous beast was set upon them that ripped out their throats. What? All 4 of the professor's victims died from an enormous beast. Right, the Baskervilles thing?
Oh, such horrifying crimes.
But curiously, the killer's last victim, Lord Clint Van Zeeks, suffered a different fate. Yes, you're right.
He was stabbed through the heart with a sword.
That's enough. I believe I warned you about this, witness. I promised to curtail your testimony as soon as it entered the realms of supposition or speculation. Very well, my lord. In that case, the defense will pursue a conclusion to this during the cross-examination. What? I have the right to cross-examine every witness after testimony, and I fully intend to exercise that right. Ryonosuke.
I'm afraid that even the presiding judge has no authority to contravene the letter of the law, as I'm sure every member of the judiciary present in the gallery would agree.
She showed him. Very well. You may begin, counsel. However, the moment your argument strays from the established facts, I will not hesitate to bring the cross-examination to an end. Proceed with caution. Yes, my lord. Okay, so we gotta keep that in mind. Kinda sus laughing like that. I know. You're not helping yourself, man. You're laughing like a villain would laugh. Yeah, she was standing so close to just staring into his face. I'm still lamenting that blue jacket that Kiryu had in the pre-alpha demo. I know. What happened to the people who got Y6 for free from that demo? Pretty sure it was connected to the online store, so they just patched it so everyone with access lost it to the full game. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Oh my god. Can you imagine they just get the demo? They just get the full game for free? I mean, my god. Terrible. Terrible for Sega, I mean. Okay. Yeah, from my own observations, I wouldn't say there was any indication of fabrication. Indication, fabrication, supplication, examination. You couldn't say? No, sadly not. But then you couldn't say there wasn't any indication either, could you? No, true. I couldn't. I was at Dr. Wilson's side as he performed the procedure, recording what he did. But at times, of course, he instructed me to fetch implements and such like. Whilst I was away from the operating table, obviously, I could have missed something. And at those times, what was the secondary assistant doing?
Following this Japanese man's orders to adjust the lighting or pass him implements. But that doesn't mean Mama wasn't a vital part of the team.
Quite, yes. So, would you kindly refrain from staring at my cheek like that? Professor Mikotoba, think. Was there nothing at all that seemed out of place to you? Well, yes, there was, as a matter of fact. Is it true? Is it just a joke? I don't think it's been confirmed. That's all I know. Death resulted from a wound made by Western-style sword. That I found strange. Okay.
Hold it!
In all of the previous 4 killings attributed to the professor, the victims were killed by an enormous dog, I believe. Their throats were, well, mauled. Correct. And yet Lord Van Zeeks was stabbed. Do you mean to say you think Lord Clint Van Zeeks may not, in fact, have been one of the professor's victims? There is no basis on which to doubt the findings of the investigations carried out at the time. But Genshin Asogi confessed to all of his crimes upon his arrest. He admitted to having taken the lives of all 5 members of the aristocracy. Yet the beast that was used to carry out the killings was never identified. No evidence was found to suggest that Genshin had ever kept a dog. A true hound of hell.
There were no other signs of internal injury. Nothing questionable at all.
Hold it!
But, you weren't actually present at the autopsy yourself, were you, Dr. Gory? That's what I was thinking.
Does that matter?
Yeah? Well, I just wonder how useful your testimony can be in that case, really. I mean, it would be different if your mother, Dr. Scythe, were in the stand, but...
I've read all the paperwork about the case, and Mama's told me the story countless times. The statement I just made is exactly what's written in the autopsy report.
I did confirm that myself at the time, it's true. Besides the stab wound, there were no other signs of internal trauma. I see. So, I mean, if Clint purposely swallowed something that he shouldn't have had in his body, I don't know what it is yet, but they say it's like a dangerous object, wouldn't he have like lacerations in his throat or something? Like that, realistically. I don't know if the game is gonna cover that, but like... I think.
Mama told me all about it.
Oh?
She said there was nothing of note internally. But they did find an amazing piece of evidence. Something unbelievable.
Unbelievable? What do you mean? Come on, Dr. Gory, what was it? Yeah, tell us, tell us!
It was just that beautiful but dangerous piece of evidence removed from the man's stomach.
Hold it!
What exactly was it, though? What does beautiful but dangerous mean?
Well, it was sparkly and round, with a hole. As if it might slip over a finger, perhaps.
A ring? Oh! It was a ring, belonging to Genshin Asogi. What? My father's ring was inside the victim's stomach? At the time, Genshin wore a large ring on the digitus quartus of his left hand. The 4th, or ring finger. Yeah, just say ring finger, man! I'd understood it was some sort of keepsake. When my father left Japan for London 16 years ago, I was 8 years old, but I remember that ring. You do? My father's possessions were sent to our family home in Japan after his death, but the ring wasn't among them. Obviously not. It was a key piece of evidence. It remains under lock and key in the stores at Scotland Yard to this day. Well, I think we need to take a look at that ring. After the autopsy, Genshin was summoned by the police to check for the presence of his ring. It wasn't on his hand, of course. Moreover, there were deep abrasions on his finger where it had been pulled off. Huh, okay. Let's take note of this. So the key evidence was a ring that Asogi wore on his ring finger. If it was on his ring finger, was it like a wedding ring? Or maybe that's not something that they did at the time? I don't know. Yeah, I don't know what I was expecting. I really couldn't think of anything. But of the fact that it's a ring, I'm like, oh, okay. I guess if it was a ring, there might not be injury internally. But I don't know. If it has like a big like diamond on it or something, or a gem, maybe, but I might be thinking about it too realistically. We'll see though. I'm gonna keep that in mind. I'll keep it in mind. Oh, yeah, and I gotta write down the abrasions. Like a signet ring? Yeah. That makes more sense. There were deep abrasions. Okay. So Asogi had abrasions where the ring had been pulled off. Interesting. They arrested the man there and then, right before my eyes. How could they?
I brought the ring along with me today.
What? What? Oh! That looks like it would hurt. That looks like it would hurt to eat. Yes.
Here it is. A bit dusty from years in the stores.
Good gracious. Yes, that's it. I haven't seen that in 10 long years. And that was found inside the victim's stomach? Yes, I'm afraid so. You hesitated there, Professor Mikotopa. Should we read something into that? Well, it's just that thinking back now, I didn't actually witness the moment it was extracted from the victim's body. Oh.
Oh my, really?
At that precise moment, Dr. Wilson had asked me to fetch him a new scalpel, you see. That's when they planted it! Alright, so Mikotoba didn't see the moment when the ring was taken out. That's important. Dr. Gory. The removal of historic evidence from the stores requires my consent, does it not? She doesn't care. However it came to be here, the court cannot deny that this is crucial evidence for today's proceedings. Very well. You may submit it. Mr. Asogi's ring. Yeah, why are you fighting us every step of the way, huh? They're secrets you don't want us to find out about. A ring belonging to Genshin Asogi found in Lord Clint Van Zeek's stomach during the autopsy. The claws clasping the gem look sharp enough to cause a very nasty scratch. It's not the sort of ring normally seen in Japan. They almost look like claws protecting that jewel. What if it's not even his ring? How do we know it's his? Just because he had a mark on his finger doesn't mean that it was his ring. Okay, so we can just look at the gem. These fat claws are doing a good job of protecting the equally fat gemstone in the middle of this ring.
Yes. If you were clumsy, you could give yourself a rather nasty cut on them, I should think.
Ow! Now my finger's bleeding. The claws really are sharp.
Oh my. That was very quick clumsiness, Mr. Naruhodo, even for you.
Who would make such a dangerous ring? You couldn't swallow it without doing yourself some fairly serious damage, surely. That's what I was thinking.
A sticky mochi bun of about that size would go down much better, with some red bean paste in the middle.
Someone as clumsy as me would probably manage to choke on it somehow. Okay, so yeah, they're arguing that if he tried to swallow this, it would have lacerated him. Yeah, I think so. That's not gonna work. They planted it. For sure.
You must examine it very carefully, Mr. Naruhodo. Very carefully indeed.
I got you, Susato. We did it. Presumed to have been swallowed by the victim as a way of posthumously identifying his assailant.
Hold it!
And that was the decisive piece of evidence that led to Genshin Isogi's arrest? Correct. After further investigations by Scotland Yard, the man admitted to his crimes. That's a lie. My father was no killer. Varric Van Zieks, it was you. You twisted the truth to suit your purposes. Your hatred of me does not change the facts that were established 10 years ago. My brother, Clint, had closed in on the professor. In the end, he exposed the man and put a stop to his lethal rampage. In the way only a man of my brother's caliber could. That's everything, is it?
Poor father. He looks so troubled.
Perhaps because 10 years ago, something happened that's been weighing on his mind.
Oh.
I couldn't say, were his words. That phrasing was very deliberate, I'm sure.
I wonder if he's had his suspicions all these years.
If that's the case, we need to use this cross-examination to prove what really happened, and remove any trace of doubt.
If we could establish that Kazuma-sama's claim of fabricated evidence was true...
We can't shy away from this now, even if what we might uncover could lead to total calamity.
Don't worry, Mr. Naruhodo. I'll be right beside you, whatever may happen.
Okay. Very different from what you remember. That's an intense ring, man. When they said ring, I wasn't imagining that either. I was maybe imagining like a diamond ring at first, and then like the signet ring made sense, but I don't know what that is. But it's definitely a dangerous ring. Okay. It's a punch people in the face ring. Whoa. Like wearing brass knuckles if you wear that. I guess I'll respond to there were no signs of internal injury with the ring, because there's no way you wouldn't hurt yourself trying to eat that. Let's see. Has to be that.
Objection.
Yeah. The court has heard that the ring was extracted from the victim's stomach. But you didn't actually see it being removed, did you, Professor Mikotoba? That's right. As I said in my testimony before, at that moment I was fetching a replacement scalpel that Dr. Wilson requested. In other words, you can neither confirm nor deny whether this ring in fact really came from the victim's stomach or not. What are you suggesting, counsel? That the ring was never in the victim's stomach to begin with. It's entirely feasible that Dr. Wilson fabricated that detail about the autopsy. What are you saying? That Dr. Wilson was in possession of the ring in advance, after it was somehow stolen from Mr. Isogi. And he produced it during the procedure, pretending to have found it there and then in the victim's stomach.
Objection!
Supposition at best. What possible evidence do you have to support such a rash claim? This evidence right here. That's the autopsy report. It's explicit in that report, Counsel. Other than the ring, nothing unusual was noted internally, so I'm not sure how you intend to prove your point. You've already done it for me, my lord. The lack of internal injury says it all. What? To swallow a ring of this size would require considerable effort and determination. In addition to its size, there are the sharp claws around the gemstone to contend with. My brother was a determined man, and on the brink of death, even more so, I'm sure. Oh no, man. He would have stopped at nothing to ensure that evil killer was brought to justice. But if he really had swallowed that enormous ring, it's inconceivable that no traces of its passage down his throat would have remained as internal trauma. No. I mean, come on. And there, you've arrived at the sticking point. That's precisely why I had my doubts about the findings myself 10 years ago. Then why didn't you say something at the time? I did. I still remember the conversation I had with Dr. Wilson in the lab that day. Oh. Flashback! Look at this. Now this is a very curious thing to find in a man's stomach, wouldn't you say? But isn't that rather peculiar, Dr. Wilson? What's that now, Mikotoba? Well, if he swallowed a ring of that size with those sharp metal claws that it has, surely you'd expect to see damage to the throat and esophagus? Torn mucous membranes at the very least. Dr. Mikotoba, may I remind you that I have vastly more experience than you. I'm terribly sorry. I can think of plenty of ways to explain why no injuries would be seen. No, let's say this. The victim would appear to have ingested the item as evidence to identify his assailant. Go ahead, write it down. Wow. Really, really pushy. So I was right. Dr. Wilson deliberately fabricated the results of the autopsy to implicate my father. I'm disappointed, Counsel. That argument is nothing more than speculation. What? Dr. Wilson was Britain's leading authority on forensic science and autopsy work. There is no scientific basis on which to doubt the man's expert opinion. Pardon the interruption, my lord, but damage to the mucous membranes of the throat is easily identified even in living subjects.
Using a device called an endoscope, recently demonstrated in practical use in France. I want one. The government can pay.
I don't think so. And Dr. Goring, rest assured that your removal of evidence from the stores without permission will not go unpunished. Oh, you took the wind out of her sails!
We open up the dead to find the truth.
I beg your pardon.
But Mama, she chose to stitch her corpses up, with all her secrets inside. That's wrong.
Going against Mama? Oh. Dr. Gory, it's looking as though she's chosen to walk a different path to her Mama. Wow. Yes, the ring. What about the ring? I've just remembered something. An earlier incident. What incident? The one I recounted to you before, about a memory I have of Genshin Isogi saving my life. Right? I almost forgot about that. He's a liar and a fraud! Who? Which one? So the Watson in this world was a bastard, I'm gathering. Yeah, if he really was in on this plot, he is not a good person. And it's a good thing that he's not a Watson of Herlock Sholmes here. Yes, indeed. Never trust someone who uses the excuse of, I have more experience than you, right? So proud of my little goth girl. Yeah, I thought she was kind of creepy and she was gonna be like an antagonist, but it seems like she's a good person. Yeah. I don't know, I just got here. Oh, that's okay. They're all guilty. Genshin Asogi saving my life. What? My father saved your life? It was 10 years ago on a foggy night. Genshin and I were walking down some back streets at a late hour. All of a sudden...
Don't make a peep. You're coming with us.
All of our assailants were armed with pistols, their faces obscured by scars. Bang. Bang, bang. The next thing I knew, there was silence all around. Genshin lay on the cobbled street. Blood was seeping from his left hand. He'd shielded me. It was on the ring finger of his left hand that he used to wear that ring. Left hand, okay. Left and right hands are always important in Ace Attorney. Okay, so Asogi wore the ring on his left hand. I bet that the bruise was on the right hand. I think it only said that it was on his ring finger, but I don't know which hand it said, if it did. Are you saying... I've always believed those thugs were after me. But now, I'm starting to question if perhaps I wasn't the intended target after all. Wait, but... Genshin was arrested 2 days after that attack. Oh... They stole the ring from him then. And in that short interval, the decisive evidence needed to indict him was miraculously found. You mean the ring was stolen from him? You think that's what those thugs were after that night? Ah...
Objection!
You pathetic coward! You expect me to believe that you weren't involved? What do you mean by that? It was you, wasn't it? You're the one who took it. You stole my father's ring. You set the whole thing up so you could paint him as a mass murderer and have him arrested. Kazuma, open your eyes. Ryunosuke? You must know deep down. The truth can be completely obscured even when your judgment is only slightly clouded. But at the moment, you seem to be floundering through a dense fog. Is that why you were so insistent I should be present in this trial? To see you like this? Well, this is an amusing spectacle. What a grandiose expression on your face. As if you were Lady Justice herself. I don't know how to say that word. It seems you've thoroughly convinced yourself of this alleged fabrication of the autopsy results. So much so that you're apparently blind to the blatant contradiction that would be born of it. What? Though it's extremely hard to believe, let us imagine that there was some misconduct during the autopsy. If that were the case, why would Asogi not have disputed the findings in his trial? Oh. In the closed court hearing 10 years ago, the defendant never once denied the claims against him. Isn't that right, Lord Van Zieks? He must have had a reason. Yes, that is indeed correct. Upon hearing the verdict of guilty, He merely closed his eyes, quietly accepting the judgment. I mean, wasn't it too late by then? The actions of a man who has accepted responsibility for his deeds and is resigned to his fate. But then...
Oh my, that is very strange. If Mr. Asogi did nothing to oppose the charges against him, then... that would surely mean there was no fabricated evidence.
An obvious conclusion at which you should have arrived many minutes ago, Prosecutor Asogi. Your twisted loyalty and clouded judgment are hampering your ability for logical thought. Was Kazuma's father executed? Yes. He was, well... It was a whole thing, but he was sentenced to death. And then supposedly, after he was supposed to be killed, he rose from his grave. Someone witnessed it. And then that witness saw someone shoot him and then actually kill him. So long story short, yes, he was executed. And we don't know who shot him and actually killed him at the end, or how that happened exactly, you know, all of that. But yeah. I feel like this is my favorite game, specifically because they're not pretending the Japanese characters are American, but because of how it talks about racism and xenophobia. The entire system was set up to make the foreigner escape. Right, that's where we're going, you know. You can tell at this point that, obviously, that Asogi, his father, did not do this, and this is all just a big ploy. And yeah, of course, they just pin it on the foreigner. And yeah, like, it can be uncomfortable seeing some of these topics, right? Like, oh my god, he keeps pointing out how they're Japanese, and oh my god, they say that, oh, because you're Japanese, you're bad at all this different stuff. But yeah, I mean, this is real, you know? Historically accurate, yeah. And, you know, still happens today, of course. But yeah, I do like that the game addresses those topics, and it's embedded in the story. It's part of the plot. You know? Yeah. Yeah, I recognized her voice, Alfred. I did. I recognized that when I was watching it. Yeah, I'm sorry. We never even talked about the state of play the other day. I meant to talk about it, like, during the stream after, and I totally forgot. Just completely forgot. But yeah, there was a lot of cool stuff that was announced. There was even a little bit of Yakuza in there, all that. Yeah. The blonde woman that she fights in the trailer for Tides of Annihilation is voiced by Baranova, who is her girlfriend and the performance director for BG3. Oh my god. Oh my god. I'm gonna have to watch a playthrough of that game or something. Like, oh, that's great. How cool to work with your partner on a voice acting job, you know? Okay, let me catch up with y'all. In any real court, Kazuma would have been thrown out for contempt and having too much bias, since it's about his father. But it's the 1800s. Yeah, and a video game. Yeah. Yeah, it was a sham execution, and later he was killed while trying to escape. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, I love how this game tackles the very real racism and xenophobia of Victorian London. Yeah. I feel like a lot of games in that time brush it aside when making period pieces, but Ace Attorney does a good job tackling it. Yeah, and you know, and they include it, and it's there, and it, like I said, embedded in the story. And there's lots of other interesting things going on too, you know? I feel like, I mean, this is the last stream for this game. I feel like it's a very, very well-rounded game, a very well-rounded story. It has a lot of twists. It covers some serious topics. You know, I never expected Kazuma to be alive. Like, that totally threw me for a loop and is wild, because, like, I remember crying over him dying, and I was so upset, and I'm so glad I didn't get spoiled for that. I'm so glad, because it's always a risk, you know, streaming a game. There's always a chance someone will say something, or you'll see something on social media, you know. This game has been out a while, and I never saw that spoil, so... Yeah, I've had a great time playing this series. It's taken me way too long to finish it, but that's on me, you know. Okay. Your twisted loyalty and clouded judgment are hampering your ability for logical thought. Genshin Asogi's silence at his hearing can mean only one thing. There was no fabrication of evidence during the autopsy of his final victim 10 years ago. Ah! But if that autopsy was all above board, there will be nothing to stop Lord Stronghart bringing this trial to an immediate conclusion.
Objection!
Oh? Thank you, Ryunosuke. If it wasn't for your frank words just now, this trial may very well have ended prematurely. Kazuma? What's this latest absurdity, Counsel? My lord, your reasoning is perfectly sound. But for one giant hole. I beg your pardon? You claim my father's silence was due to the fact that there was no fabricated evidence. But there's another possible explanation. You've overlooked the possibility that he had a reason for maintaining that silence. Yeah.
Objection!
Yeah. Silence that would lead to him being convicted and sent to his death. If the autopsy results were an invention, there's no conceivable reason why the man wouldn't have protested.
Objection!
I don't know about that. Oh, those results were an invention, all right. There's no question of that. Or are you forgetting that 2 people with a connection to that autopsy have been assassinated? If I force the grievances I feel from my mind, I start to see you in a very different light. I think perhaps it's you who's been living in delusion these 10 years. Me?
Kazuma-sama has created one last chance for us here, Mr. Naruhodo. If we can only show there was a reason for his father's silence.
Okay. Okay, let's figure it out. A reason why the man would have said nothing even though he was innocent. Could it have been part of some negotiation, perhaps? Well, here's how things happened, right? I mean, we just talked about the supposed execution. I think that's probably where this is going, is that they made a deal with him and were like, okay, if you take the fall for this, so that maybe their goal was just to pin the murders on somebody, because they just wanted the populace to think that the professor had been, that the issue had been resolved. So they're like, okay, let's pin this on this guy. And then they make a deal with him like, hey, if you don't object, if you go along with it, we're going to pretend to execute you, and then we're going to help you escape, and you can go back home to your country and just never come back to Britain. I'm thinking maybe that's where this is going, and that's why, you know, we know for sure that he was helped from not being really killed by the coroner 10 years ago. And of course, the coroner was taking orders from Stronghart, who's actually the Reaper. So he's orchestrated all of this, and then probably they went ahead and killed him anyway and lied to him so that he couldn't go and blab to anybody about the lie. And so they ended up executing him anyway, you know? I think that's that's probably what's really going on here, but we have to get to that endpoint somehow, right? So, enough rhetoric. The court must be shown evidence. What proof do you have that could possibly explain Asogi's silence in court? Okay. Here we go. Maybe this kind of talks about him escaping. Yeah, negotiation with staff to secure assistance. Okay, I might show this. That to me is a pretty obvious choice. Just want to make sure. Right, we have this as well. I, Asogi, request that upon my death, any and all material possessions and wealth belonging to me be delivered to my son in the Empire of Japan. It's with deep sadness I accept my fate in this foreign land, and the knowledge I will never see my homeland or family again, but I regret nothing about my chosen path. I don't think that's gonna help us right now. I really think it's that first one. Okay, let's save. I'm gonna try that.
Take that!
It's true that Genshin Asogi's silence during his trial resulted in his conviction. But that didn't actually lead to his execution. On the contrary, it led to his escape. An escape that was only possible because he'd been sentenced to death. Although I find it hard to believe my father would have negotiated in that way, the defense is correct. A fake execution, falsifying of a death certificate, and a jailbreak inside a coffin. Clearly, such an elaborate plan couldn't have been carried out by my father alone. He must have had the help of a collaborator from the judiciary. I have here the dismissal notice of the chief warder who was working in the prison at the time. The notes read, there are indications that the jailbreak was in planning prior to the inmate's incarceration. In other words, there were suggestions of some sort of negotiation between Mr. Asogi and the British government. In exchange for his silence in court, he was given an assurance that he would be broken out of prison. Yes, with that sort of clandestine agreement in place, I can imagine he would have kept very quiet. I would go further than that, in fact. I would say that the elaborate jailbreak of Mr. Asogi can be explained in no other way. Order! Order! First, fabricated evidence, and now a jailbreak conspiracy? Of course, because it's all intimately linked. The prosecution wishes to summon new witnesses to the stand. Witnesses? People who can testify about the jailbreak that took place 10 years ago. Wow, okay.
Governor Kaden? And the poor chief warder of the prison.
I won't allow this trial to turn into a farce. To summon the governor of the prison after all these years. Oh, it wouldn't be any trouble, my lord. What?
Father?
My dear friend may appear a little rattle-pated at times, but I can assure you he is extremely thorough. He wired both Barclay and the local prison earlier, asking Governor Kaden and Mr. Vigil to attend the Old Bailey as a matter of extreme urgency. Mr. Sholmes did that? Are you telling me that... Both men are, unless I'm much mistaken, waiting just outside the courtroom at this very moment. Well, isn't that convenient? Thanks, Herlock. My lord, you must permit this trial to proceed as you declared at its outset. You promised that we would stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth behind these disturbing findings. Very well. Bring in the witnesses. Make no mistake, I too would like nothing more than to lay this business to rest once and for all. Yeah, by murdering everyone. That's what he wants to do. Just blow up the whole building. Get rid of all the witnesses. Oh yeah, I remember the octopus game. You know what? I'm thinking if we finish this game early, maybe for the rest of the stream or however long we hang out after, we could talk about the state of play and more in depth, and we can talk about all the different games and stuff. So we can discuss it then if y'all want. Spoiler, something happens in this trial. Spoiler, someone is guilty. Oh my god. Why are you guys so mean to me? Why are you spoiling the game? Oh. Sorry. Is it because I do stuff like that and I mess up? Is that why? Also, I know it's 3D models, but I love how they portray perspective as if Stronghart is above us in lots of different ways. Oh, okay. That came from below.
And his name is John C.
Why am I being bullied? Trying to play a game. But the new witnesses state their names and occupations for the court plea.
Oh, brother, this guy stinks!
You think he stinks? Sorry. Sorry, that was me. Oh no, now I gotta do his voice. Okay. He doesn't stink. He looks like a very fine gentleman. I think he would smell like cigars and whiskey. Yeah. Imagine it was Van Ziexia. How am I supposed to stream under these conditions? Both of those things stink. Well, okay. Well, I guess when you say stink, I think of like, oh, like gross. Although like, some people would think smoke is a bad smell. Chat reflects the streamer. I didn't say to start using sound effects. Never on our best behavior, indeed. It's because I don't have sound effects on all the time, so now y'all are like, I gotta use as many as I can. Do I just have to wait for y'all to get it out of your systems, or what are we doing? What are we doing? I'm being held hostage. The plot is being held hostage. It'll never be out of our system. It'll be out of your system if I turn off the sound effects. Won't it? We found a shiny red button and want to push it. Okay, everyone do one more sound effect and I'm gonna turn them off. We're just not out of our system, we're just restricted.
Show us your meat! Show us your meat!
Get out your last sound effect. I'll turn them back on later, but... One more each. One more each. That's my last one. Okay. Okay. Anything else? I don't want to be reading a serious, like, I let him die. I watched him die in front of me. I watched the light leave his eyes. Show us your meat. Show us your meat. You know. Okay. We're being silenced by Bishop of the Charles Cheese Mouse Kingdom. I'm gotta voice act these lines, y'all. I'll turn it back on later. Oh my goodness. During the credits, and then we can all go wild with joy after I finish the story. Okay. And this voice is tough for me too. Hi. Scottish. You had to change your fate, would you? Aye. Mary Kyden, Governor of Barclay Prison. So bad. Donkey! I gotta get in character. What'd you say? I'm getting in character. And then I gotta switch between all the voices and then do Scottish too. Like, oh my god. Everyone calls me Gossip. I sell jaunty little tidbits to passers-by, you... Your other persona, please, if you don't mind. Oh, I do beg your pardon. Of course. These two characters are such opposites.
My name is Daily Vigil. I used to be the chief warder at Barclay Prison.
The reason you've been summoned here to court today is to testify about the jailbreak of the so-called professor 10 years ago. Whoosh! The professor? We've already been through all this before, a decade ago. And the conclusion is that there was nay anything untoward happened. A convict escaped from your prison. Hardly what you'd call nothing untoward. Started the timer. Ah, well. The convict's death certificate was somehow falsified after he was allegedly executed, and he escaped the prison inside his own coffin. A plan of that complexity could never have been carried out without the help of somebody of influence inside the prison.
Governor Caden, don't imagine that the passage of time will afford you any protection. If it turns out that you were involved in the plot to break Mr. Asogi out of your prison, then of course, the consequences will be very serious. In all likelihood, a capital punishment.
Gads! Hold on there, laddie. Witness, Governor Caden. Aye, sir. You have a critical role to play in the public safety of our country. A great responsibility to shoulder. The significance of your testimony in court cannot be understated. Therefore, think carefully before you speak. And Prosecutor Asogi, if you threaten the witness again, you will be held in contempt of court.
My apologies, my lord.
There's no disputing the fact that an intricate jailbreak plot was enacted 10 years ago. Clearly, you were both involved in some way. So you will testify before the court now and explain exactly what took place. Very well. Let the witnesses give their formal testimony. Tell the court everything you know of the plot to break Asogi out of Barclay 10 years ago. We do have a word ban. I am following it. Got the timer going. Am I, like, off to the side again? I feel like I'm off to the side again. I always do that. It was the day that Japanese John was found guilty. Directive came from the prosecutor's office. He assigned the convict to the chief warder, Vigil here, put the plan into action behind the scenes.
I was responsible for Asogi right up until the night of his execution, but I knew nothing of any plot.
I didn't ken if there was some negotiations between the convict and the prosecutor's office. All I did was carry out my duty for Her Majesty's Great British Empire. A directive from the prosecutor's office? Are you saying that was the jailbreak plot? Aye, that's right.
Who sent it? Who authorized that plan?
I didn't ken that.
You're saying you don't know?
Listen, there was nae a thing about that professor case that was nae unusual in some way. I didn't ask any questions. I just did what I was told to do. More than that, I couldn't tell ya.
I see. But if the jailbreak plan originated from the prosecutor's office, then one thing is very clear. As suspected, there were clandestine dealings going on between Mr. Asogi and that office. The jailbreak was promised in exchange for Mr. Asogi admitting to crimes he didn't commit.
Like a plea deal. But it went way south. Okay, so the orders to help Asogi escape came from the prosecutor. That, counsel, is nothing more than speculation on your part. So, let me ask the defense.
Oh, yes, my lord?
I fail to see how these witnesses have any more pertinent information here. Do you intend to assert your right to a cross-examination? Absolutely. I have no intention of squandering a single opportunity, my lord. It seems all you Japanese are fiercely tenacious. Very well. Proceed, counsel. What? Okay. It was the day the Japanese person was found guilty. The directive came from the prosecutor's office.
Hold it!
The day he was found guilty. And you say you don't know who exactly issued the directive? Aye, that's right. All I can be sure of is that it was official. The timer is done. I can say summoned again. I summon chat to behave themselves. But if it was from the prosecutor's office, that narrows down who could have issued it straight away. It wasn't me. Sorry, I thought that was Van Zeke's. Summoning failed. Darn it. I'm not a warlock, I guess. That was him, right? No, that was Van Zeke's. I'm sorry. I forgot Van Zeke was still here. I got confused. And it wasn't me. Okay. Can I even say with certainty that it did originate from the prosecutor's office? What? There's no telling where it started. There's a fair chance it came from higher up the ladder. Basically, I cannot give you any indication of who was behind it. You can't be serious.
All we can say for sure is that the order must have come from somebody in authority, I suppose.
The likes of us in the ground, as it were. Then they bother with idle speculation. We just get the job done. Assign the convict to the chief warder vigil and put the plan in action.
Hold it!
Mr. Vigil, you didn't know anything about it at all?
That's right. My only role in the scheme was as a scapegoat. That's right, isn't it, Governor?
Mm-hmm. Some poor beggar had to take the rap for it. Wow.
All right, then. Who else did know about the plan?
I've no first the idea, laddie. My part in the whole business was basically just dealing with the aftermath. But I wouldn't be surprised if there were other folk in the prison service who'd been given similar orders. So you don't know who else was involved? Aye, that's right. All I can tell ya is that the night it actually happened, the person at the reins was Dr. Stevens.
Dr. Courtney Stevens, or Dr. Scythe as she's known now. Why did I have to get caught up in such a terrible business? I was responsible for Asogi until the night of his execution, but knew nothing of any plot.
All right. All right. So the main person orchestrating the professor escape was Dr. Scythe. Got it.
Hold it!
Did you not notice anything unusual happening in the lead up to that night?
Oh, everything was unusual. Exception after exception. After all, it was the professor. A man had terrorized the country as never before with his crimes. In order to hide his identity, he was forced to wear an iron mask over his head. Hideous treatment.
The fellow was surprisingly docile, for someone who'd taken the lives of 5 of the country's nobles. That's because he didn't do it.
Being the chief warder, I was the only person permitted to approach his cell. I can still hardly believe that I was duped by my own country.
Believe it, buddy. I believe you jumped from the window of the governor's office when the jailbreak was blamed on you, didn't you?
Mm-hmm.
Gosh, Vigil. Can I apologize enough?
No, Governor. I don't believe you can. It won't change what's happened.
Mm-hmm.
And what else can you tell us about the situation, Governor Caden?
I didn't ken if there were some negotiations between the convict and the prosecutor's office.
Hold it!
I know they ruined his life! Absolutely! He had to work with, like, an old buddy, basically, to even make a living. Oh. And even that was, like, under-the-table stuff. But you've already acknowledged that orders came from the prosecutor's office to arrange for the man's escape. There must have been some sort of negotiation. It's the only exception. Explanation. Aye, well, be that as it may, I dinna ken nothing about that. The witness stand is no place for telling what you don't know for sure. I ken that much, I do.
Then I presume you also know this. Not telling what you do know is a criminal offense.
Hmm?
So you were just following orders, is that it? I'm afraid that won't absolve you of guilt here.
A man was still killed illegally, even if he was a condemned criminal. You may very well be found complicit in murder, Governor. Mm-hmm.
So that's what it's to be, is it? Even with the threat of conviction, you won't break your silence.
All I did was carry out my duty for Her Majesty's Great British Empire. Is it so great if y'all are throwing innocent people in jail and killing them and ruining their lives?
Hold it!
Let me actually read what he said, too. Yeah, I don't know if there were some negotiations between the convict and the prosecutor's office, but you acknowledge that orders came from there. There must have been a negotiation, but I don't know anything about it. This is no place for me to tell you what I don't know for sure. Okay. Did you carry out the plan in its entirety? Aye, I did everything I could at the time.
As you know, Genshin Isogi was shot dead in Lowgate Cemetery after the escape. Tell me, was that part of the plan too?
My instructions were to do with getting the jock out of the jail and nothing more. I cannot tell you anything about what happened after that. Only, personally, I believe his death was the last part of the plan. Oh? Yeah, I mean, I think they planned on killing him anyway from the beginning, of course.
Excuse me.
Mr. Vigil, is something wrong?
Yes, sir? What can I do for you, sir? He's saluting now? What is it? Some sort of Barclay convention? What Governor Caden was just saying seemed to upset you. Did it bring something to mind, perhaps? There he goes, JoJo posing again.
For the last 10 years, I've completely blotted out the memories of that time from my mind. I was betrayed by my superiors in the name of my country. Just as my father was betrayed, it seems. But you see, thinking back now, I really can't imagine that the shooting of Mr. Isogi in the cemetery was ever part of the plan.
What makes you think that?
Well, it just doesn't make sense, does it? To make the man admit to crimes he didn't commit with the promise of a jailbreak only to kill him in the end. That's treachery of the worst kind. But the point is, if the intention was always to betray him, why would there be any need for all the chicaneries of an escape?
Well, was the execution public? Or private? If the execution was public and people could watch it, then he could have yelled out something in the end, so they really had to keep him compliant even up to the execution. But I don't know.
Yes, that's quite true. If whoever negotiated with Isogi never intended to keep his or her end of the bargain, it would have been far simpler just to let the man be executed in prison as dictated by his sentence.
It all happened in that vast chamber of secrets that is Barclay, behind the high prison walls. Okay, so it was private? I suppose nobody knows what really went on in the execution room now. It could be someone in the royal family if he's this hush-hush about it. Right, I don't know. I mean, it could be royalty, it could be an aristocrat, it could be Stronghart, who is like the big, you know, judiciary guy, you know. We'll have to see. I suppose nobody really knows what went on in the execution room. Yes, it's an unsettling mystery, certainly. Truth be told, there is a wee matter that's never quite made sense to me. You believe there was some kind of negotiation behind the jailbreak between a Sogi and a body at the top. It doesn't quite add up, does it? Governor Caden, I must insist that you explain these doubts that you have by amending your formal testimony. Kids! Aye. Go on then. He's mad. He's mad! It seems to me that the Japanese fella didn't have nothing to bargain with. Huh.
Hold it!
Admitting to the crimes. That was what he had to bargain with, surely. Can I see that myself? After all, did the prosecution no have conclusive evidence against the Carly, eh? This, you mean, discovered during the final victim's autopsy. Well, the whole point of this conversation has been that they fabricated the ring, and Asogi knew that, but they made a deal where they're like, okay, just don't say that was fabricated and we'll be good and we'll let you go. Take the fall. There's every possibility this conclusive evidence was fabricated by Scotland Yard and the prosecutor's office.
Objection!
Possibilities are all very well, but nothing has been proven. You can holler about misconduct in the trial 10 years ago all you like. But if you can't establish that it happened with hard evidence, no one's going to listen. Well, there were no injuries in the throat! Someone's mad their master evil plan isn't working out. Yeah. Someone's a little salty about that. Aye, that's right. So what I'm saying is... a convict had nothing. Nothing he could use for any kind of bargaining at all. The witness makes an astute point. Logically, it would seem no negotiation could have taken place. And yet the plan to break the man out of prison was definitely put into practice. So he must have been armed with something that gave him an angle to negotiate. Okay. Okay. So Asogi-san agreed to confess to the crimes because he was assured he'd be broken out of prison later.
I really don't think that Kazuma-sama's father would have engaged in such negotiations.
Then perhaps something compelled him to agree?
What a terrible thing. Using the law to legitimize such underhand dealings with a desperate man. Only to double-cross him in the end. It's quite the opposite of justice.
You're telling me, girl? I can't help feeling there's something about this apparent negotiation that doesn't quite add up.
Something doesn't quite add up, Mr. Naruhodo?
No, it doesn't. But I can't quite put my finger on what yet.
Well, in that case, we must keep digging until we identify the problem.
Okay. By which they mean, it's up to you, player! Figure it out! Okay. Oh, alright. What could Asogi have used to negotiate for his life? The last will and testament of Asogi that Mr. Vigil claims disappeared after the convict's execution. Apparently, Mr. Asogi described it as the only weapon I have left. So maybe it's this. I request that upon my death, any and all material possessions and wealth belonging to me be delivered to my son in the Empire of Japan. It's with deep sadness I accept my fate in this foreign land and the knowledge that I will never see my homeland or family again, but I regret nothing. I mean, I feel like that's really all we have to use, because he described it as his only weapon that could have had to do with the negotiations. I don't see the connection right now. Like, I don't know if it's implicating that maybe he was going to give them all his wealth and stuff in exchange for his life. I don't know. Maybe it has to do with, like, a government political thing, but I don't have evidence about that, I don't think. And then, of course, we have the ink stains that we haven't figured out yet. We can also use this, but the last time it, like, kind of pushed us to use it, so... He also has the sword. This is his sword. This was his other possession, but we've already looked at it. I don't think this is going to matter right now. I'm almost like, is there a secret compartment in the sword? You know, like, I don't know. Might be some kind of secret. I don't think so. And then we have the ring. So I think the only possibilities, at least in this moment, are things that are related to Genshin, right? So we have his ring. I don't know how that's going to be something that he can use to negotiate, though. We have just the fact that someone helped him get out of prison, which we already used. I don't think it's going to be that. So I think it's going to be the papers. I don't 100% see how it works out yet, but I think that's going to be the evidence. Now I got to figure out what to respond to with that. Let's do that. Okay. It was the day that he was found guilty. It came from the prosecutor's office. I signed into the Chief Warder Vigil, put the plan in action. I was responsible for him up until the execution, but I didn't know anything about the plot. I don't know if there were some negotiations between the convict and the prosecutor's office. It seems to me he had nothing to bargain with. Okay, I'm gonna respond to this with the papers. What are we presenting evidence for? So, I have to prove that Asogi had something to negotiate with in order for it to make sense that this even happened in the first place. That he was able to bargain with the higher-ups to save his life. He would be quiet about being found guilty, all of that. He has to have some kind of bargaining chip, so... I'm gonna try this and see what happens.
Objection!
Yeah, okay. Confessing under oath to murders he didn't commit on a verbal assurance of later being broken out of prison. Genshin Asogi was taking an incredibly risky gamble. Very true. There was nothing to stop the British breaking their word and executing him behind closed doors anyway. Under normal circumstances, no man would stake his life on a gentleman's agreement like that. Which means that Mr. Asogi must have had a trump card. Something that guaranteed he wouldn't be betrayed. Some kind of weapon. Evers, the fella couldn't possibly have had anything like that. But you know that he did, Governor. At the Asogi Papers, the name given to the last will and testament of Genshin Asogi. Ah. It turns out that Mr. Asogi was hiding his will in his cell at Barclay. Chief Warder Vigil caught him with it one day. You squealed, did ya, ya wee rat? Did I no tell ya to keep that a secret? You can't touch me now. Ah! He's gonna kill him! When Mr. Vigil caught sight of that will through the bars of the convict's cell, Mr. Asogi pleaded with the warder.
All right then. But what's on that paper?
Last will and testament. This will is the only weapon I have left now. A weapon! And after the convict had been killed following the elaborate pretense of the jailbreak, that document mysteriously disappeared, didn't it?
Well, yes. All the prison warders searched through the belongings in his cell, but that will was just nowhere to be found.
As I understand it, an exhaustive search was made for the document, which became known as the Asogi Papers. Governor Caden, I believe you ordered your prison staff to find it at all costs, didn't you? Would I be right in saying that you knew? You knew that the so-called Asogi Papers had the potential to make great waves somehow?
Jinx! What the blazes are you blethering about? The will was found, right and proper, in the fella's cell where I said it would be.
But how can that be? Where in his cell? We all searched the place from the top to the bottom. He keeps hurting his hands.
Well, you didn't do a proper job, you peely wally gallot.
You can't criticize me now.
I showed it to you afore, did I know, young lawyer?
Yes, you did. I have the document here. It's written in Japanese and reads, The Last Will and Testament of Genshin Asogi. Which means everything is as it should be. Not quite, my lord. You see, there's an undeniable inconsistency here.
What? What inconsistency?
Mr. Asogi described this document as the only weapon he had left. And yet, this will contains nothing of significance at all. Nothing that would have given the convict any leverage. Right. Are you suggesting, my learned friend, that the last will and testament stored at Barclay Prison all these years is actually a fake? Yes, yeah, that's okay. That's where I was going with it. Yep. As has clearly been demonstrated already, what went on at Barclay Prison was far from above board. Yeah, we thought about this before, that the papers could have been planted, and they're not actually what he said. That last vilification by the defense was an affront to the entire British legal system. This absurd notion of a weapon is something for which we have only the former chief warder's word. The man could quite easily be lying, or at the very least, sorely mistaken.
What? No! I definitely heard him say that, I swear! Clearly, we need to get to the bottom of this. We need to know exactly what happened with these so-called Asogi Papers.
He has no right to be mad after he destroyed his life. Exactly. He's so cute. I love him so much. Yeah, Vigil. With his cute curled eyebrows and all. Yeah, he's pretty cute. And then he's turning out to be like a good character. You know, he's a good guy. He's just wronged by everyone. Okay, the Asogi Papers. A waste of time. But you know what's not a waste of time? Getting a raid from Stumped Gamers. Did you like that segue? Did you like it? Welcome in, y'all. Thank you so much for that raid, Stumped. And thank you so much for that follow, Salamander. Thank you. Oh, y'all were playing some more Darkest Dungeon. So was it Anna and Jazz today? Doing a stream, perhaps? I think they're the ones that are playing Darkest Dungeon, right? I think it's both of them. Welcome in, Zarinth and Benny and the Jets. And of course, Stumped. Those rascally Stumped Gamers. Welcome in, y'all. My name's Bishi. And we're playing some Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. And in fact, I'm finishing this game tonight. This is the finale stream. I'm apparently at the end of Great Ace Attorney Resolve. And so tonight we're finally going to be finishing this playthrough that I've taken way too long to complete. And it's going to be done just in time for the Maji Gaiden game next week. So I'm very, very excited about that. We also wrapped up another playthrough last week. We finished Dead Space, which was really fun, the remake. And then I'm also trying to finish up what I can in my second playthrough of Kiwami that I've been playing on the Switch. We're going to be playing that all next week up until Friday when the full game releases, and then I'll be streaming Maji Gaiden forever after that. Every day Majima. Very excited for that. Thanks so much for the follow, Hero. Yes, I am very, very, very excited for Maji Gaiden. I usually like to play a few games on stream at a time, but when Gaiden comes out next Friday, I'm just going to be streaming that for maybe at least a month. And then maybe I'll play some other games too after that, but it's gonna be Majima every day, and I'm very excited. I'm also not gonna be playing the demo, so if you play the demo, don't tell me anything about it. Don't tell me details. I'm just gonna wait till the game comes out. It's literally 8 days. Yeah, it's 8 days from now. I can wait. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. No, but like, I literally don't have time to stream the demo because I'm trying to finish Kiwami, you know? So I can't. I'm just gonna wait. I'm just gonna wait. As hard as it is. Oh my god. I just want the full game, you know? I don't want the demo. I want the full game now! In my hands! Anyway. Welcome in, y'all. See, Stronghart was saying a waste of time. If the will was fake, where's the real document? Okay, so yeah, right now we're at the end of this case. We're debating about the Asogi papers. And there's just a lot going on. If you don't know anything about Ace Attorney Chronicles, it's just a lot of, like, corruption and drama in Britain and stuff like that. So... if you have any specific questions, of course, feel free to ask and I'll try to answer, but this is a case that's like tying together the whole collection, the whole Ace Attorney Chronicles story, so there's a lot. There's a lot going on. Good night, Ruuuvo. I'll see you later. I'll see you, my dear. Okay. Where's the real document? Right. Well, that's what we want to find out. Where is it? Mr. Vigil was stabbed in the back by the judiciary 10 years ago. He lost everything. Very nearly his own life. And now you're going to do it again. You're ready to brand him a liar and turn your back on him without even letting him defend himself. Dramatic shot. It's clear that the jailbreak was masterminded by somebody in the prosecutor's office. It's clear that some illicit negotiations took place. Is your lordship just going to gloss over these obvious facts? What did you say? Testify! We should hear more from the chief warder. Have him testify again. The trial must go on. The man's voice must be heard. It would seem that a vocal few here are utterly blind to the truth. Very well, then. Let the witness testify again. Tell the court precisely what you think you saw of the convict's last will and testament. Yes, sir, my lord. He's just a silly little guy. As the warder responsible for condemned convicts, I attended to Mr. Asogi and kept watch over his cell. The night after he was found guilty in court, he was doing something with that will in his cell. We turned the cell inside out looking for it after the execution, but to no avail. I only found out about the Asogi papers when a directive came telling me to impound them. The document was in the folds of the fella's robe that was left in his cell. A kimono, I think it's called. In his kimono? That's a lie. We searched every inch of the man's cell. We looked through all his clothes. It can't be true. Yeah, they planted it. What are you no satisfied with calling me a liar once, eh? Ya wee waffinger. What'd you call him? Huh. There's nothing you can do about it now. You don't have any hold over me anymore. Other than the hold you like to take on my cravat, of course. Is that what you're going to do? Is it? He's like, the cravat's even already grabbed. Like, he's just like, go ahead. I'll just pretend you're trying to strangle me because you were doing it a second ago. Are you going to give me a good shake again? Or are you too scared? Gah! I think maybe he likes it at this point. Little and large. What a double act. Hey, Kume, welcome in. Good night, Arkham. Thanks for being here. See y'all next week in the game of the different Kazuma of the Yakuza variety. Yeah, it's interesting. We've got two different Kazumas, huh? We've got Kiryu Kazuma. We've got Kazuma Asogi. Yeah. We like both of those. We like both the Kazumas, which is very nice. But yeah, have a good night, Arkham. Thanks for being here. We'll see you around. We complied with Asogi's will as far as was possible. All of his personal effects were delivered to his family home in Japan, as a courtesy to the homeland of the most notorious killer our country has ever seen. And we were much obliged. I can confirm that all of my father's belongings arrived safely. Aye, and you cannot deny the handwriting is that of your old man, eh? Yes, there's no mistaking that it's my father's brushwork. It could be that this is only part of his will. Really? And this last will and testament was the man's last weapon, was it? I think we can safely assume that the convict was merely prattling, knowing that his end was nigh. So, counsel for the defense, your cross-examination, please. Yes, my lord. Okay. I've been playing the Maji Gaiden demo and all I can say is holy damn. Yup. Yup. I can't wait. I'm gonna wait till next Friday, but oh my god. I'm so excited. It's gonna be great. I already know it's gonna be great. The most I've heard is that it runs really well. It looks really good. And I mean, even just from like the trailers and screenshots and stuff, it does look amazing. The graphics look really nice. So I'm very excited. Okay. Right now we're playing Ace Attorney. Okay. As the warder responsible for condemned convicts, I attended Mr. Asogi and kept watch.
Hold it!
Okay. So would that mean that you conversed with Mr. Asogi? Yes, certainly. Though there was precious little time before his execution was due. He was remarkably calm, considering his days were very much numbered. In all honesty, he really didn't strike one as a man capable of mass murder. Yet he confessed in full to the crimes. I know. That's why I felt compelled to ask him one day. I can still recall his reply. I'm guilty of the unforgivable crime of ending another human's life. Yes. Which is not him saying he murdered somebody. I really think that maybe he killed Clint in a duel. But not, like, on purpose? You know? But he was so tranquil and intelligent. It put me in mind of an Eastern holy man. And what about the will you saw him with? What can you tell us about that? It was the beginning of all the drama. I remember it very well, yes. Runs really well on the Steam Deck. Amazing. Yeah, I saw a lot of people were excited that it was confirmed to be playable on it, so... Very nice. Okay, the night after he was found guilty in court, he was doing something with that will.
Hold it!
And he pleaded with you not to report him, didn't he? Yes, that's right. And like the Bampotyar, you didn't tell me. A blatant breach of trust that was. I could see that the man had a noble spirit. I found myself wanting to treat him accordingly. But according to what you told us 2 days ago, the convict had been strictly forbidden from having any writing materials whatsoever. Yes, you're quite right. So when exactly was the will penned? That was before the man was remanded in Barclay, obviously. So he had written it beforehand. Interesting. So very much like a premeditated negotiation. I mean, this had to happen before. Yes. At the prosecutor's office, under supervision of the relevant authorities, I personally instructed Asogi to make a will for the benefit of his family and his homeland. In that case, why was it found in his cell? Oh, what do you mean by that? I mean, yeah. If it was penned at the prosecutor's office, you would have expected that it would remain there for safekeeping, surely. Ah, you didn't think about that? It's curious. There doesn't seem to be any obvious explanation for why it was subsequently found in the convict's cell. Oh, well. The defense makes an astute point. Well, Governor? A prison governor. Can I be expected to ken the inner workings of the prosecutor's office? That's a non-answer. In that case, Lord Stronghart, perhaps you can shed some light on the matter. I'm unable to offer an explanation here and now. Uh-huh. Okay. I would have to consult with the notary responsible for the will. Anna! Thank you so much, Anna, for resubscribing for 42 months. I cannot believe it. Whenever I say that part of his line, I don't know if I'm saying it right, but I'm trying my best to do this accent. I'm trying my best. But yes, let's beat this game. We will definitely be finishing this tonight. I don't know how much longer is left, but we're going for it. We're doing it. I'm also still out of stars. I think I forgot to tell Ruuuvo to make me some more, and I don't have the star paper. So I'm gonna have to make stars for you and for Friend at Arms yesterday. I'm gonna have to make some for y'all later. I am very sorry. I'm gonna make a note that Enna needs a star. Everybody gets a star. Here we go. I was like, where's my notes? Enna and Friend, I believe. Okay. How you doing, Enna? Thank you so much for doing that raid. They were saying that it was just you playing Darkest Dungeon today, I think. I thought you and Jazz were playing it together for some reason. Or maybe it was just you today? I don't know. But I appreciate the raid. I am patient and looking forward to stuff. I appreciate your patience. How have you been doing, Enna? We gotta hang out sometime soon. I am terrible at hanging out with my friends. I'm very terrible at it. I put you in my game? What do you mean you put me in your game? I can't read. In Darkest Dungeon? We need to hang out. I know. I know. I'm so bad. I'm so bad. Just know, I always want to hang out with my friends, but it's so hard for me to be like, hey, you want to hang out? But I think of my friends always. Yes, in Darkest Dungeon, I named a grave robber after you. A grave robber? Anna, who do you take me for? What kind of person do you take me for, Anna? Making me a grave robber? We need teleporters? Oh, to like hang out. God, wouldn't that be great? Just instant hangout. Instant hangouts. I feel you, Bishi. Yeah, I've always struggled with that, honestly. I've always struggled with that. Grave Robber is the hottest femme in the game and is so cool. Okay, never mind. I take back everything. I take back everything. Should I look up this character? Grave Robber. Darkest Dungeon. I think it was 2. Show me the hot person. Okay. Okay. I see. I see. I understand. I'm flattered. Absolutely flattered. Okay, I take back everything I said. I take it all back. She's my favorite character. I'll have to go watch the VODs now and see you naming that character after me. Well, thank you so much for thinking of me, Anna. Hanging out would be so much easier with teleporters. I know! God, why can't we invent that instead of Bitcoin? Why can't we make stuff that's actually useful? Okay, anyway. Welcome in, and let's finish this game. I would have to consult with the notary responsible for the will at the time. Yeah, Stronghart. But teleporters are on the blockchain. No! No! The fact that my father's will was discovered in his cell is clearly inconsistent with what was expected. I want to know why. Another inexplicable mystery, then. Well, the thing is, about that will... We turned the cell inside out looking for it after the execution, but to no avail. Right. Okay, I wanna jot down this inconsistency. So the will being found in Asogi's cell, since it was made before he was imprisoned and probably written at the prosecutor's office. So why didn't they keep it? Okay. We turned the cell inside out looking for the papers after the execution, but to no avail.
Hold it!
It was the governor who ordered the search for the will, as I understand it. Is that right? Yes. And when I reported back that we couldn't find it, he grabbed me by the cravat and yelled, "It can't have disappeared completely," in my face. Aye, well, it's due to the governor to keep everybody working as hard as they should.
I think the governor needs a wee taste of his own medicine, Mr. Naruhodo.
The point is, it was clearly considered a very important document, wasn't it?
But it proved impossible to find.
That's right. Then before I knew it, it was in the morning paper. That blood-curdling article.
The executed mass murderer who'd risen from the dead. Oh, you mean...
The article based on Mr. Drubber's experience in Lowgate Cemetery.
Yes, that was it.
The day after I'd read that news, I was summoned to the governor's office. And that's when the awful accusation was made. That you'd aided Genshin to escape from the prison, resulting in your immediate dismissal.
I'm afraid I really don't remember anything after that.
I don't remember anything after that. Didn't Vigil tell us that he gave Asogi the blank papers to write on? I don't know. I don't remember that. It could be true, but I'm not sure. Yeah, I think that we're gonna take a little break. We're about halfway through with the stream. Supposedly. I mean, I don't know if we actually have 2 more hours, but we're at 2 hours, which is when I take my break. So I do want to go take one real quick. And then when I get back, we're just gonna go straight through and finish this up. I mean, we'll see how long it takes, but we're gonna be here till it's done. So either way, I'm stuck here in this chair until we finish it once I come back. So anyway, I'll be back in about 5 minutes or so. Feel free to grab a drink or a snack if you need one. Get up and walk around a little bit. Give your eyes a break from the screen. That kind of thing. I'll be back in 5. BRB. Hello, everyone. I'm back. I'm afraid I don't really remember anything after that. Okay, what did you say? Because I don't remember anything before this. How about that? Let's see. The day after I read the news, I was summoned to the office, and that's when they accused me that you'd aided Asogi to escape from the prison, and then he was fired. I don't really remember anything after that. Okay. As the governor of the prison, I had no choice. I couldn't have done anything else. Only found out about the papers when a directive came telling me to impound them.
Hold it!
And that directive came from the same source as the one instructing you about the jailbreak? Aye, from the top levels of the prosecutor's office.
What name was on it?
I didn't ken afore, and I didn't ken now. All I can tell ya is that my orders were to do everything in my power to find that document. The directive said it had to be somewhere inside the fellow's cell. Document? Was that the wording? Document, not will? Aye, that's what it said. Am I clutching at straws here? I just wonder if it was really Genshin Asogi's last will and testament the sender of that directive was after.
Continue with your testimony then, witness.
Okay. The directive to find and keep the papers. Or the directive to find the papers from inside Asogi's cell called them a document, not a will. Okay. The document was in the folds of his robe that was left in his cell, a kimono, I think. Whoops, I meant to say something to that. My bad. I have to cross-examine that. The testimony doesn't give much away.
So this will really was penned by Kazuma-sama's father. I wonder what he could possibly have meant when he described it as a weapon.
It's starting to sound very much like Mr. Asogi actually had nothing.
The plan to break him out of jail went ahead, which means he must have had some bargaining power. He must have been hiding something. It's the only explanation that makes sense.
It's starting to sound like Mr. Asogi actually might have had something.
Which is it, Mr. Naruhodo?
I'm not sure, but I feel as though I'm on the brink of understanding all this. Let's listen to the information again and see what more we can learn. We can't overlook even the smallest detail.
Absolutely.
Okay, let me go cross-examine that last thing. I skipped over on accident. Okay, in the kimono. In Mr. Asogi's kimono. Aye, the one he'd brought with him when he was locked up. Yes. He was permitted to have his personal effects with him during his incarceration, I understand. That's right. He was granted as much freedom as possible during the few days before his execution.
Indeed. He had a number of items of personal
significance, I remember. Sorry, I'm tripping over these words.
He was very reluctant to part with them. Some books, that kimono, his sword.
A sword? His sword?
Horuma, famous sword of the Asogi clan. It bears the soul of my family.
I don't doubt it, but I wasn't really getting at that. Forget it being the soul of the clan. Could the man have had a more obvious weapon?
Have some respect, Ryu.
Respectful silence? The warders carry firearms at all times, and the inmates have shackles around their ankles. He couldn't have hurt anybody with that thing. You sure about that? Still, he was allowed a sword, but no writing materials? Aye. He wrote that will afore he came to stay with us at Barclay, you see. Dr. Mikotoba was asked to bring the necessary Japanese writing implements to the prosecutor's office.
A Suzuri inkstone, black sumi ink, and some Hanshi rice paper, no doubt.
I was present when he wrote it. I'm sorry to say, the letters just looked like a squirming mass of jet black earthworms to me. Earthworms? Worms?
Excuse me.
Are you feeling faint, Mr. Vigil? I bet he actually wrote something in English, didn't he? Mr. Vigil. Sir! It was scarlet, sir. Red ink? Oh? What? Oh! I'm terribly sorry. I didn't mean to blurt it out like that. So that's where this comes in. Less swaying and more explaining would be helpful.
Is it something about the testimony we just heard? Have you recalled something of importance?
Something of importance. Possibly, or possibly not.
I'm unable to tell which way he's leaning, I'm afraid.
My lord, the defense asks that Mr. Vigil be permitted to supplement his testimony with this possibly or possibly not important detail. Permission granted. Go ahead, Mr. Vigil. Yes, it was Scarlet. Okay, here we go. This is gonna be it. Kitty update. She ate all of the food I gave her today. Good job, Kitty. Very, very good. That's great to hear. She's doing good. Well, she's on her way to being good, is the important thing. That's great. Oh, sorry. As I remember it, the document was written in scarlet ink, but maybe I'm mistaken.
Hold it!
Scarlet, you say? Well, yes. I mean, I only caught sight of it for a brief moment, of course. But even by the dim light in the cell, I remember thinking that it was an unusual color. At the very least, I'm quite sure it wasn't black. Witness. Is that really what you saw? What? Sir! Is something wrong, Lord Stronghart? I apologize. Continue. Oh? Strongheart's starting to crack.
What do you make of that, Mr. Naruhodo? For Lord Stronghart to be visibly shaken in that way.
Oh, did they have her? You can plainly see the writing here, and it's as black as the Earl of Hell's waistcoat.
Well, yes, you're right.
Mr. Vigil, I'd like to confirm one point with you. Did you actually see the content of the document that Mr. Asogi was holding that night? Oh, well, no. I mean, there was no time. As soon as he noticed me there, he hid it behind his back. But it was definitely a will, was it? Yes, it was. That's what Mr. Asogi told me. The court need waste no further time on this matter. We have the will in question in our possession. There was nothing more to add. A will written in scarlet ink. So maybe it wasn't his will that they're talking about. Okay, yeah, so I guess probably what it is this is Asogi's will. But the weapon that he was talking about was Clint's will that he wrote with the red ink. Okay. It had something in it that nobody wanted to get out. A will written in scarlet ink. What did Mr. Vigil really see Kazuma's father holding, I wonder?
If you have an inkling, Mr. Naruhodo, you must present it to the court at once.
Okay, so now I know what to present. Okay, so we already saw this. Okay. So let's respond to the last thing said. Yes. We're gonna respond to this with the autopsy of Clint. Okay.
Objection.
Yep. Oh, it feels good when I don't mess up. Scarlet-colored writing is what you said you thought you saw, Mr. Vigil. And I believe that's exactly what you did see. What?
Heathers again! You've no evidence to say that!
Have a look at this report. That's my brother's autopsy report. Yes, and there's something in here that's bothered me since I first read it. It states that scarlet-colored ink stains were noted on the fingers of the victim's right hand. Yes, so it does. Scarlet ink. Now, I'm not familiar with the habits of the British aristocracy, I freely admit, but I would hazard a guess that they don't all go around with ink stains on their fingertips, do they? Your wit is not appreciated. My brother was a well-bred and fastidious man. Should ink have sullied his fingertips, he would have cleaned them immediately. What is your point, Counsel? My point is this. Whatever Lord Clint Van Zeeks was writing in that unusually colored ink, it must have been directly before his death, because he died before he had the opportunity to clean his hand. What? I remember something troubled me at the time. At the scene, the lid of my brother's inkwell was open. But Clint was punctilious about such things. It seemed unusual, and no document penned in the color of the ink that was in the inkwell was ever found. Thank goodness the ink was a different color. The document had disappeared. Are you suggesting that the document my father had in his hand that night in his cell was the same document that Lord Clint Van Zeeks was writing moments before his death? Then it was. If Mr. Vigil's testimony is to be believed, it can only mean that, yes. Mr. Vigil. Sir! When you spotted Mr. Asogi with the document in his cell, his precise words were as follows, were they not? All right, then. But what's on that paper? The last will and testament. Just one, not mine. This will is the only weapon I have left now. A last will and testament. If the conversation really did go as Mr. Vigil says, then what we know now completely changes the meaning of what Mr. Asogi said. You really think? Mr. Vigil did indeed see the convict with a will, but it wasn't that of Genshin Asogi. It was the last will and testament of Lord Clint Van Zeeks, right? No. What?
Objection!
I guessed it. This is madness. My brother's last will and testament. That would mean that he had chosen to die. That is what it would mean, yes. No, impossible. That is utterly out of the question.
Lord Van Zeeks.
Clint was pursuing the professor. It consumed him day and night. Whatever happened, he would never have abandoned his investigation before its conclusion. Never. He wouldn't rest until the job was done, until the killer was caught. Maybe him dying was his way of trying to catch him. The idea that he would willingly accept his own death is obscene.
Objection!
And yet, we can be sure that he was writing his will moments before his death, and that Genshin Asogi came to be in possession of that document. So what could the will possibly have contained? Clearly something that couldn't be made public under any circumstances whatsoever, because armed with that document, my father was able to negotiate with the judiciary for his life. It was something so damning that it prompted the powers that be to enact that daring jailbreak plot. Yes, there can be no question that the will contained information of the utmost secrecy. Information of the utmost secrecy. Ah! No! It couldn't be! Where are you going with that, Rio? Where are you going with that thought? I've heard more than enough. Maybe it would reveal the professor's identity? That it was him? I think it's him! Pursuing this notion of a phantom will nobody... Oh, a phantom will. Sorry, I thought not a phantom will do something.
Pursuing this notion of a phantom will nobody can attest to having seen serves absolutely no purpose.
Objection!
No, my lord. That's unacceptable.
What did you say, counsel?
The last will and testament that Genshin Asogi had in his possession was that of Lord Clint Van Zieks. All the testimony and evidence presented to the court has logically led us to that as a possibility. We have a duty to pursue the line of reasoning to its conclusion.
But with no possible means of knowing the contents of the document, there is no line of reasoning to pursue. I wonder if they destroyed it.
A reason why Lord Clint Van Zieks, a man of high noble standing, would have chosen death. Information so secret, people in the judiciary would be willing to negotiate the jailbreak of a condemned killer. The only explanation that fits those facts is an unthinkable truth that turns absolutely everything on its head. Was the Professor Clint himself? But it's just too hideous.
Mr. Naruhodo, however difficult the situation might become, you work with your client in pursuit of the truth. That's what you resolved to do. To do when you entered the courtroom this morning, if I'm not mistaken.
Mrs. Sato.
So hold your head high and keep soldiering on.
Yes, you're right. 10 years ago, in his final moments, Lord Clint Van Zieks left behind a will. A will that Genshin Asogi was able to use as a weapon to negotiate his escape from prison. In all probability, the details in the will were related to the Professor case.
The defense's last statement is mere conjecture. I just want everyone to know that.
What are you getting at, man? Yunosuke? As soon as these words come out of my mouth, there's no going back. I believe that the last will and testament of Lord Clint Van Zieks was in fact a confession. I'm gonna go with a confession. I know I said a second ago that I think it's a Stronghart. I know that Stronghart's the Reaper, but I think maybe it could go either way. It could be that Stronghart is also the Professor. But I think actually he was confessing, because why would he die? Why would he be okay with dying? When Zeeks even was like, there was no way he would die before finding the Professor. Well, I'm gonna say confession. Did I do it?
You can do this, Mr. Naruhodo.
I believe that what Lord Clint Van Zieks actually penned that day was a confession. A confession? Regarding the mass murderer known as the Professor and his true identity.
Objection!
Yeah, he's not gonna like this. He's not gonna like this. He's not gonna like this. Enough, Counsel. What are you saying? Do you even realize? A confession about the true identity of the Professor. That would mean... Lord Van Zieks, I appreciate this must be hard to take in. But it's the only explanation that fits. Oh shit, yep. It's right. The killer that terrorized London a decade ago and became known as the Professor. A man believed to have murdered 5 members of the aristocracy. Wasn't Genshin Asogi at all. No, you can't be suggesting. It was in fact the man believed to have been the 5th victim. Lord Clint Van Zieks himself. Oh! got goosebumps.
It's finally open, is it? Pandora's box.
The Great Van Zeeks family. They've been thoroughbreds of the British judiciary for years. And Lord Clint Van Zeeks, he was a paragon of justice in the capital.
But he was actually a mass murderer? A perpetrator of atrocities of the vilest nature? If the general public ever found out, law and order in this country would be finished.
My brother.
Oh, this is too awful. Poor Lord Van Zeeks.
Oh, man.
I wonder, though, did he never suspect Mr. Naruhodo?
Lord Barrick Van Zeeks is a brilliant prosecutor. Is it conceivable that he didn't realize what his older brother really was?
Order! Order in court!
Lord Van Zeeks. The professor made use of an enormous hound as his murder weapon. Tell me, did your brother own a dog? He did, didn't he?
Yes, he did. Balmung. He was a well-known hunting dog. People called him a giant. I don't believe this. When my brother would go hunting in the forest of the grounds behind the house, he always took Balmung. After Clint's death, the creature passed away too, almost as if he were following his master. He was a magnificent hunting dog, worthy of the jewel-studded collar around his neck.
Jewel-studded collar? You mean like this one? You mean like this one? This one right here? That we thought was a ring? Unless it was just his ring, I don't know.
A jewel-studded collar? That's right. Though sadly, some years ago now, it was stolen by a thief who broke into the house one night.
Jewel-studded collar stolen by a thief. It so happens that myself and my colleagues have come across such a collar during our time in London. Oh wait, yeah, did we find a dog collar? Okay, never mind, this is a ring. I thought maybe it's like a piece of a collar, you know? I don't know. How big is that dog? Giant dog. Yeah, we don't have it on us now, do we? But that sounds familiar.
How could you?
There was an old emblem attached to the collar, too, made of pure gold.
Oh, yeah, it was during the Baskerville case. Okay, so that's why it has the B. His name was Balmung. Okay.
It was topped with a small crown and bore an ornate capital letter B.
Sorry, I was just like, a jewel? I have a jewel right here. I was wrong. I'm getting ahead of myself.
What? An emblem bearing the initial B.
Oh my, you know it?
It's the insignia of the Baskerville family.
What? The Baskerville? Why is that name coming up now?
Baskerville is the family name of my late brother's widow.
Oh, his wife's family.
That pure gold emblem was an heirloom which Clint acquired upon their marriage. There can be no doubt, then. The collar you've described was Balmung's.
The family insignia of Lord Clint Van Zeek's widow.
There was a considerable amount of blood on the collar when we saw it. Since we know the dog was used for hunting, it could have been from its quarry, of course.
But it could equally have been from human prey.
So is it true then? Clint Van Zeeks really was the professor. Impossible. These Japanese are making it all up to exonerate their own.
So in fact, the person responsible for these murders of nobles and royals was a noble himself, and that threatened to be an enormous scandal that would irrevocably destabilize British society. My father knew that, and was using it to negotiate his way out of the unjust charges brought against him. But at the very last hour, those he'd bargained with betrayed him, slaying him mercilessly on foreign soil.
Well, can you deny it, Lord Stronghart? 10 years have passed, and still now the 6 million inhabitants of our great capital rest easy, believing that justice was done. That though his anonymity remains, the diabolical murderer was caught and executed. Very well, then. You may have the truth.
Tell me then. Tell me what Clint really was.
Lord Clint Van Zeeks was too pure of heart. When he became a prosecutor and went in pursuit of the black roots of crime, he drove himself into a corner. He came to the uncomfortable realization that to fight the most fiendish of criminals requires one to become even more fiendish oneself. Yeah.
Clint.
He wanted justice. But he murdered people to get it. Yeah. The 19th century was a truly miraculous 100 years for Great Britain, and indeed the whole world. New industry, new technology, and with the birth of the Metropolitan Police Service, new law and order. But these dazzling new developments meant ever deeper shadows were cast on society. Shadows. Water sullied by factories, air thick with noxious fumes and crime, growing daily to fill the darkness. Lord Clint Van Zeeks made it his mission to combat that darkness. But as time went on, it slowly ate at his soul, until eventually he was consumed. It's ironic, really, and somewhat surprising, that the truth has once again been unearthed by a Japanese.
Once again? What do you mean?
10 years ago, your father, Genshin Asogi, turned up at my office one night. The professor?
Yes, beyond all shadow of doubt. You must issue a warrant to search his home at once.
Don't be absurd. The man comes from one of our country's most illustrious families. He's a paragon of justice here in the capital.
Yes, that's the point. That's why none of you British can see it. He's using his noble status as a diversion, whilst he commits these atrocious crimes behind the scenes.
Do you have evidence?
Nothing definitive as yet, but he keeps an enormous savage hound on the estate. We need the full support of the judiciary for this. We're up against a member of the aristocracy.
So a large family estate has a fierce guard dog. You should know that's commonplace here in Britain. I'm sorry, but I can't possibly put Scotland Yard onto this based on the tenuous accusation of a visiting student. So I turned down Asogi's plea, and as a result, he took it upon himself to visit the Van Zeeks mansion on his own. We can only imagine now what happened between the two men. Though we know the outcome, of course. Lord Clint Van Zeeks perished. So then he visited him, and I guess they had a duel.
I don't believe this.
So, in actual fact, Kazuma-sama's father did?
He made the late Lord Van Zeeks meet the same fate. He put a permanent end to the professor killings by taking the drastic measure of ending the perpetrator's life. So he did kill him? As soon as I heard, I hurried to the mansion. When I arrived, it was easy to grasp what had happened.
And what about the will?
Asogi must have already taken it. Nothing of that nature was found at the scene. We had no idea of the existence of such a document at the time. I was the only person who knew of the true identity of the professor. So, I resolved to keep it a secret, and to guard it to the bitter end.
So you're admitting to it? That you were behind it all? It was you, then, who pinned the crimes on my father.
The one who tried to tell him who it was. Really. I did what needed to be done in order to protect the law and order of the British Empire. Even if that meant employing an unforgivable ruse.
Then it was you who arranged this fabricated evidence.
I ordered that detective to take care of it, whilst keeping the truth from him naturally.
Gregson.
Obviously, he opposed me at first. The fish and chips! Are you off your rocker? We can't do something like that. There's no question that it was Asogi who murdered Lord Van Zeeks. The house staff have made statements that they saw the man running from the mansion that night. Yes, well, I've no doubt it was that Japanese fella. But we haven't got a shred of conclusive evidence against the man. And worse than that, he doesn't keep a dog, so we're short of a murder weapon to boot. And we're short on time, Gregson. We must put a stop to this man's rampage for the good of the country. So we'll use whatever means necessary. Do I make myself clear, Detective?
Why me? So that night, 10 years ago, when I was attacked by those thugs in the back streets, and Genshin's ring was taken, that was him, was it? That was Gregson and some hired help. Then, the detective handed the stolen ring to Dr. Wilson, who feigned its discovery from the victim's stomach during the autopsy. And in the light of that decisive evidence, Mr. Asogi was found guilty of the charges brought against him. However, behind the scenes, he had actually already struck a deal with his accusers, in which he agreed to silently accept the charges. But I just don't believe that part. As far as I knew the man, my father despised such underhand dealings.
It was extremely easy to make him comply. You see, he had one weakness.
What weakness?
Isn't it obvious? You, Kazuma Asogi.
Me?
Oh no. Perhaps you have no desire to return to your homeland, Asogi.
What?
Though I hear you have a 14-year-old son. Agree to cooperate and accept your guilt without contention, and you will see Japan and your son again. Wow. Yep.
You scoundrel.
Whether you choose wisely or not, it will be a closed trial by order of Her Majesty. So whatever rash claims you might make in court, we'll have no trouble in stifling them. There's only one outcome for you, Asogi, the gallows. And then he was killed anyway.
Don't forget, I still have a weapon at my disposal. A document revealing a truth that I know you're desperate to keep hidden.
Yes, it hadn't escaped my mind, which is the only reason I'm willing to bargain with you. I only want to protect this country's law and order, you understand? So, what's it going to be, Asogi? Man.
Sat-Mon.
Oh. Oh. Man. He did it for me. No. Oh my god, I'm crying. This is making me cry. Oh no.
And as I told him at the time, my motive was simply to protect Britain from the damage the truth would do. To protect this country's law and order at any cost.
And
Objection!
evil. I know, this is so evil. Welcome in, Baggins. You've arrived at an upsetting part of the story.
I've never dared let myself even consider this possibility until now. But in the light of all this treachery, I have to ask. The mastermind behind the Reaper of the Bailey. Was it you, Lord Mael Stronghart?
His smile. A rather brilliant idea, wouldn't you say, Lord Beric Van Zeeks? That the spirit of your late brother, that paragon of justice, should return to reap justice for his sibling. Would there be a more appetizing tale for London's masses, I ask you?
What reason?
I knew that you'd play the part to perfection, but your role really wasn't that of some embodiment of death. No, you were London's guardian angel.
An angel with bloody hands? I think not.
Those who had cooperated with me already were only too happy to participate in my plan. Inspector Gregson, Dr. Wilson. My minions worked tirelessly to ensure that the finger of guilt could never come to rest on you. It's all thanks to them that you were exalted as the demigod the Reaper became. Man.
But Dr. Wilson left Britain 4 years ago. He was invited to work in Japan.
That's right. So I had to employ the services of his young protege after that. Dr. Courtney Scythe. Dr. Scythe. So what with the execution of the Professor and the subsequent reign of the Reaper of the Bailey, I've successfully safeguarded law and order in our mighty capital for the past decade. That is everything. Is it everything? Is it really everything when the bad guy says it's everything? My lords, ladies, and gentlemen, I do hereby confess. It was I who sired the concept of the Reaper. However, let me say in my defense, it was all for the preservation of law and order across the entire empire.
Lord Stronghart did it? An unforgivable collection of crimes, but still.
All those who died at the Reaper's hands were rotten to the core anyway.
If it was all in aid of keeping London safe.
There is no one left now who can reveal the precise truth of what happened 10 years ago. Therefore, this trial can go no further. Now, I would like to entreat all those present. Beyond these 4 walls, nobody need know the truth. Even Her Majesty must be protected from this. We're not even telling the Queen! I trust you all appreciate the importance of my request. It is, of course, for the good of the country. Can he do this? Can the trial really end now?
I have one last question. For the accused, Lord Van Zeeks.
What?
Of course, I know that you're a highly accomplished prosecutor, so I find it hard to believe that you didn't have any doubts at all. That you never suspected your older brother.
That Ryu was thinking the same thing. Yes, the same thought occurred to me.
It was only once. But, yes, I couldn't say that I never had my doubts. My brother's sense of justice was extremely strong. Perhaps too strong, I observed. At that time, There were members of the aristocracy who were bleeding the country dry for their own gain. And since they were nobles, they were untouchable. For my brother, it was a source of great turmoil.
And, coincidentally, at the same time, the professor began his terrifying reign.
During the time of the professor killings, my brother did not appear to be himself.
And that made you suspect?
Yes. But it was only once, not more.
Only once? Really?
Clint wasn't the culprit. That was my conclusion at the time, and I still believe that now.
Do you have any evidence to support that idea?
The third victim was the Lord Chief Justice at the time. It was he who had recognized my brother's potential and trained him as a prosecutor. No matter what the circumstances, it's unthinkable that my brother could have killed his friend and mentor.
That will do. Oh! What are you trying to stop him from saying? Neither Clint Van Zeeks nor Genshin Asogi still walk this earth. However much we debate this matter now, we cannot hope to reach a conclusion. But there are only two extant pieces of evidence from the time. The woe-begone ring that acted as the incriminating evidence to condemn Asogi, and the 3-paged last will and testament penned in black ink and left behind by the man. It is 3 pages, right? Huh? Oh, you fucked up! Oh, you fucked up! You fucked up, sir! Little slip of the tongue, huh? Huh? Oh, you let that one slip out, huh? Uh-oh! Uh-oh! I got you in 4K! I caught you in 4K! Uh-oh. The wretched truth of what happened is exactly as I have explained. Hopefully nobody noticed that slip-up I said just now. Later today, I will present myself at the Ministry of Justice for whatever sanction is deemed appropriate. That is all. Court is adjourned. Hold it!
Objection!
Objection. Thank you, Kazuma.
Me?
If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have made this 11th hour discovery.
What discovery?
My lord, I'm afraid I must insist the trial continues. I beg your pardon. As the court has been reminded today already, we must stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth. And to that end, one particular statement made by somebody in this courtroom moments ago revealed a very subtle contradiction. What contradiction?
But all I did was ask the accused one simple question.
Well, it began with Lord Van Zeeks and his recollection about his brother, but Lord Stronghart didn't permit the defendant to speak at length.
I merely pointed out that we can draw no further useful conclusions here. So where on earth is the contradiction? One of them definitely just said something contradictory. It's time to identify who. Lord Stronghart! I'm not even gonna save. It was Lord Stronghart, I'm sure of it. Something he said was slightly off. Come on, Ryu. Think back over his words. Find the problem. Neither Clint Van Zeeks nor Genshin still walk this earth. However much we debate this now, we can't hope to reach a conclusion. There are only two extant pieces of evidence from the time. The woebegone ring that acted as the evidence to condemn Asogi, and the 3-page last will and testament penned in black ink and left behind by the man. Lord Stronghart, would you care to explain? Explain what, counsel? Among the statements you made just a few moments ago, something you said was inconsistent with a certain piece of evidence we have. Inconsistent? And whilst an inconsistency remains, the defense has a right to pursue an explanation.
Ryu, what?
Let me warn you about the statements you're making, Counsel. They may very well prove fatal. You claim my words contain a contradiction. With which piece of evidence, I ask you? Girl, you already know. You already know you messed up. Okay.
Take that!
This here is the will left behind by Mr. Isogi. The 2-paged will. What? Yet moments ago, your precise words were the 3-paged last will and testament. Thank you for the clip. Ah. Could it be that originally there was a 3rd page? For a moment, I thought perhaps you'd identified something worthwhile. A mere trifle, I see. A trifle. Governor Caden. What can I do for you, sir? You were present when the Japanese man penned his last will and testament. I was there for sure. I remember the black Wareham-like scrolls to this day. Wareham. And I'm quite certain, my lord, that there was a 3rd page at the time.
What?
Only the first 2 pages were the actual will, though. If I mind correctly, the 3rd was a message to his lad back in Japan. For legal purposes, we required only his will. And we wouldn't have wanted any uncomfortable words about Britain getting back to Japan, eh? Wow. So, it was decided that the 3rd page ought need to be seen.
Objection!
How dare you make that decision? I had a right to know what it said, to hear my father's final words to me.
The courtroom is no place for sentimentality, Counsel. Well, as it happens, I have the 3rd page of the document with me here now. Huh?
My father's message.
It will be given to you at the end of these proceedings. It'll be too late once the trial's over. We need to know what it says now. Even the slightest thing may give us a vital clue. My lord, the defense calls for Genshin Isogi's last words to his son to be read out loud before the court now. Your request is denied. The inevitably maudlin words can be of no consequence now.
Objection!
The prosecution agrees. The court should know the content of that message. Every possible piece of evidence must be thoroughly examined.
Very well, then. Governor Caden, you will read the 3rd page of the document for all present to hear. Yes, sir. Only, I should point out, my lord, that I cannot actually read Wareham language. This beautiful handwriting? Shame on you, Barry. Oh, Mikatoba. If I could be of assistance here, I would be happy to translate the words into English for the court.
Father.
You're still here, are you, Mikatoba?
Naturally. I consider myself a member of the judiciary. Albeit a lowly one. But perhaps I should quietly withdraw after I've translated Genshin's message.
Your cooperation is much appreciated. Okay.
Kazuma, the truth is shrouded in darkness. A darkness only our clan's great sword can pierce. Mighty Karuma, twist thy head and watch them fall, all thy mortal foes.
There's a secret message in the goddamn sword, isn't there? There's a message in the sword!
That's the end of the message, it would seem. A haiku poem. Twist thy head.
Mother.
What is Haruma?
The name of the Isogi clan's famous sword. A razor-sharp blade known to all, passed down for generations. It embodies the Japanese spirit.
It's not known to me. Just because you don't know it doesn't mean it's not a good thing. God. It's the katana sword that was submitted as evidence earlier in the proceedings. The one worn by the prosecution counsel when he confronted Inspector Gregson. Okay, last will and testament of Genshin Asogi that Mr. Vigil claims disappeared after his execution. It seems there was a third page. Okay. Okay. All these procrastinations are beginning to try my patience. Adjournment of this court is long overdue. As the presiding judge, I've been as accommodating as possible of the will of the courtroom. However, despite all that, no new information has come to light. In pursuit of justice, Lord Clint Van Zeeks tragically lost all sense of morality. When he murdered his former mentor, clearly he was already devoid of his normal faculties.
Objection!
How dare you? I refuse to believe that of my brother.
Too much time has passed. We cannot ever hope to know more than we do now. Especially since the alleged will that he penned in his final moments appears to have been lost forever. Let's save. I know this is so intense. I just want to keep going. We can't stop.
Lord Stronghart, you appear to be in something of a hurry to wrap things up. I wonder why. We've heard you state time and again during these proceedings that everything you did was in the interests of protecting British law and order.
And I stand by that. Without the Reaper, we could never have achieved the reduction in crime the capital has seen.
Objection!
I don't know. There's a tinier sword inside the sword! Yeah. I think it was only earlier today I felt that there was something more to Karuma. Because it just makes sense. I don't remember what was going on that made me realize that. But I was like, no, there's something more to the sword. But then it didn't let me do anything, so I was like, okay, I guess not. But that poem tells us everything. It tells us everything. The sword. It reminds me of a thing that I do. Does anybody else do this where, like, if you're trying to refer to, like, an average or normal version of something, you just say its name twice? Is that just a thing that I do? Because, like, if I'm saying, like, oh, can you get the bowl from the cupboard? And then someone's like, oh, which one? There's, like, these decorative bowls. There's, like, this type. And I'll be like, no, like the bowl. Like the really normal bowl. I'll say stuff like that. Or, like, I don't know. I'm trying to think of some other stuff. Oh, man. That's the first thing I thought of, because you said sword. You know, like a sword. Like an average sword. Yeah, the bowliest bowl ever. Yeah, I do that. I'll just say the name twice. But then, like, when I was talking to someone, it was Ruuuvo, actually. I was talking to Ruuuvo about it, and I was like, do other people do that? Do other people say, like, you know, the bowl, or the sword? To say, like, the normal one? I wasn't sure. I was like, I don't think people would understand if I said that. Because I think we said it to someone, and they were like, huh? They didn't know what we meant. I do that sometimes, but I tend to be descriptive most of the time. Yeah, I don't know. That's just something I say sometimes. My bedtime is 2, but I'll stay a little longer. Might watch on my phone, so I won't be in chat as much anymore. All right, no worries at all. I appreciate a lurk as well. Of course. We're getting there. We're almost to the end. It is taking longer than I thought. I thought it would only be like an hour or 2, but I really had no idea how much we had left, so. Okay. What about Inspector Gregson, then?
And Dr. Wilson. They were no criminals. You used them to achieve your ends, and then you had them killed.
However you dress it up, there was nothing fair or just about that. Lord Stronghart, what exactly is it that you're hiding? Dr. Mika Toba, were you not to quietly withdraw after the translation of your former associate's will? He didn't promise. In this courtroom, no argument carries weight unless it is supported by evidence. And it would seem that the defense has no more evidence to present. Well, let's see what happens when I look at the sword. It might prompt me to look at the sword in a minute anyway, but I'm just gonna look at the sword and see if anything happens. Oh! There's something new! Yep, there's something new at the very tippy top!
Mighty Karma, twist thy head and watch them fall, all thy mortal foes. That's the proper way to use the sword, is it? Maybe I should try it.
It hurts my neck, that's the trouble.
Mr. Naruhodo, if I might make a suggestion, I think perhaps it doesn't mean your head.
Oh.
I once studied the history and development of the katana some time ago, and as I'm sure you're probably aware, the sword's head is the part at the very end of the hilt. It's written as head in Japanese, but it's pronounced as kashira, I believe.
Kashira. So Mr. Asogi's words really mean twist the butt of the hilt. You don't think... Uh-huh!
Ah! Look, what's inside it? Is that a tightly wound sheet of parchment?
I knew it!
Scarlet ink.
It's written in scarlet ink. It's the confession!
I penned this, my last will and testament, in the final moments before my inevitable and willing death. This is it, isn't it?
Mr. Naruhodo, look at the signature.
Clint Van Zeek's, and the date, 10 years ago, on that fateful night.
So for 10 years, it's been silently concealed inside Karama, and nobody knew.
Good thing we never lost the sword! Good thing that didn't happen. Yes, the head is the butt. Indeed, indeed. I don't think I could stop when I got to this chapter. I couldn't put it down. Yeah, it's you have to. It's like stopping right at the end of a movie. You have to keep going.
The last will and testament of Lord Clint Van Zeek's.
Wait. Oh my goodness. Look at this. This is unbelievable.
All right, the last will and testament of Lord Clint Van Zeek's that has been hidden inside the great sword Karama for years. A trump card left behind by Genshin Asogi. How could he lose it? It's Kazuma's most treasured possession. Well, Kazuma technically died at one point, and if Ryu wasn't there, the sword could have been lost, because Kazuma didn't even remember it. So the only reason that this is all working out is because Ryu went with him to Britain. That's what I mean. Like, something could have happened to the sword after a whole decade. You never know. All right. So I can't look at it. It probably wants to keep it a secret until we actually use it. Okay, but now we have it. It would seem the defense has no more evidence to present. In which case, I hereby order all discourse from these proceedings to be struck from the record. This is my last chance.
Mr. Naruhodo.
I have to present some decisive evidence now, or it's all over. But can I? Of course! Wait, my lord. As it happens, the defense does have evidence to present. Well, don't be absurd. There is nothing of relevance remaining from the time.
Objection!
It's high time that you realize something, my lord. This gentleman has an uncanny habit of producing evidence at the final hour that had escaped to everyone else's attention.
Thank you for recognizing my and Ryu's talent. Yes, thank you. Nonsense.
What is it, Ryunosuke? What do you have?
I dare say, the final decisive piece of evidence that will reveal the whole truth about this rotten tale.
How can you?
Decisive? Well, it would appear there's no escaping it now, my lord. Let it be so, then. Present whatever you think you have that can settle this decade-old enigma, if you're capable. What exactly is this evidence that the defense claims to be so decisive?
Take that!
Just this little old note. There is a single piece of evidence that can clarify what really happened 10 years ago.
The last will and testament of Lord Clint Van Zieks.
Ha! A wonderfully astute observation, I'm sure. But in case it had escaped your notice, that document was lost long ago. That's right, it was. Only... I have it right here. Discovered just moments ago. Impossible! That can't be! Everything that's happened comes back to this will. This document is the key that will unlock the entire mystery. Oh! He's losing it! He's losing it!
My brother's last will and testament. Where did you find that?
It was rolled up inside this.
Inside Kodama.
The ultimate weapon Genshin Asogi obtained has lain undisturbed in the hilt of this sword all these years, just waiting for the right time to emerge and reveal the truth. The signature and seal certainly look official.
My God, it's true. It's my brother's handwriting. There can be no mistake.
I'm getting chills again. Goosebumps. I forbid the contents of that document from being read out. Do you hear me? I strictly forbid it.
Objection.
You can't do that, my lord. This document could explain everything. That document could literally destroy the meaning of justice in this country. I demand that you hand it to me at once. Why? What are you trying to hide? Could it be that you already know what's written on this page? What are you implying? Court is adjourned with immediate effect. Clear the courtroom.
Objection!
Yes! Do that, my lord. And you'll suffer a fatal blow as Lord Chief Justice. I beg your pardon.
Forcibly ending a trial without good reason.
And not any trial, a closed trial by order of Her Majesty the Queen. To defy the monarch's will is treason. Yes! Put that leg on that table!
Lord Clint Van Zieks really did pen a will that day.
It's exactly as the young Japanese man said.
Read it out, now!
We have a right to hear what's in that will. A right and a duty. Well, well, my lord. Would rather appear as though proceedings aren't going to go quite as you'd hoped.
You fools! Go ahead, Ryu. Read it. The prosecution gives its full support.
I love this. Very well, then.
No! For God's sake!
No!
I pen this, my last will and testament, in the final moments before my inevitable and willing death. The hour is 11 p.m., and I sit at my writing desk in my office. My good friend Asogi stands at my shoulder. He has expressed his intent to invoke the dying ritual of the duel, that I may depart this world with honor.
Yep.
An honor of which I am utterly undeserving. The Japanese are a truly merciful people.
Oh.
I, Clint Van Zieks, Lord of the Manor of the Van Zieks Estate, hereby confess to the following. I am the killer who has come to be known in society as the Professor, guilty of 4 counts of murder. I will not here discourse the corruption rife among the aristocracy, which is to me, as one of them, so apparent. However, 6 months ago, I took the life of a member of the House of Lords at the heart of the depravity. A demon who habitually sacrificed the common man to further his own interests, abusing his position of power. The law is impotent against such vile avarice. Only a fellow demon can rid society of this menace. That demon was my quarry, upon whom I willingly set my great hound. But though I am a hunter of some experience, I am a poor felon, it seems. My guilt was at once recognized by another, and I became subject to his extortion.
Oh.
He held over me the threat of exposing my wicked crime to my beloved wife and brother. Under that threat, I have done this man's bidding for months now, killing those he demanded I kill. As I watched my former mentor perish before my eyes at the jaws of the hound I commanded, I realized that I had lost the last shred of decency within me and sunk to the level of a wild beast. There is no path back to the light, be it I or my dear friend Asogi who dies this night. I am eternally damned. Ooh. To my extortioner, male Stronghart, may you feel the jaws of the beast at your throat every time you swallow.
Oh my god. Yep. So he was basically acting as a Reaper at that time, and then just proceeded to do it more later. Yeah, I keep getting goosebumps. Oh my god.
So now we know. Yes, Clint Van Seeks was a murderer. But somebody was directing him and naming his victims. His extortioner, Lord Male Stronghart. It was you. Lord Stronghart, a moment ago, you claimed that what the court had just heard could destroy justice in this country. But you weren't trying to protect justice at all. All you were trying to do was conceal the secret of your true nature and the countless lives you've sacrificed till now. It just didn't make sense to me that the third victim, the former Lord Chief Justice, was my brother's benefactor and a man of lofty principles. As I said, Clint had no possible reason to kill the man. But you did, didn't you, Lord Stronghart? To eliminate the man who stood between you and the office you'd set your sights on.
Right, yes, he was the previous Chief Justice.
So you used your own hunting dog, Clint Van Seeks, to take him down.
It had to be done. London's unsavory shadows are deep, and the arm of the law fails to reach their depths. Crime must be cut off at the roots, but the Lord Chief Justice at the time couldn't see that. He was weak. Lofty principles, you say, tantamount to cowardice if you ask me. Which is why I took his place, in order to fight the crime he was allowing to spread like wildfire.
By murdering the man.
The Reaper, the Professor. The name makes no difference. As I've explained countless times already, it was all done for the furtherance of law and order in London.
Objection.
Are you going to legitimize the murder of my father now, too?
Ah, Genshin Asogi. Well, that was unfortunate. I had fully intended to send him back to Japan as we'd agreed.
I don't believe you. It was you, wasn't it? You killed him.
No, it wasn't me who took your father's life. Then who? On the night following his mock execution, I went to Lowgate Cemetery at 3 in the morning with Jigaku.
Judge Jigaku?
There had to be a collaborator on the Japanese side to manage Asogi's treatment after his repatriation. Jigaku had fierce ambition. It made him easy to manipulate. 10 years ago, after he'd stood trial for the destruction of the witness stand, I had words with him. When I told him the position of Minister of Foreign Affairs could be his, he couldn't agree fast enough.
Seishiro, you fool.
As you know, Asogi escaped the prison in a closed casket and was subsequently interred. We intended to dig him out of his grave before he ran out of air. But sadly, all did not go to plan. Oh yeah, okay, so that's him screaming, ah! There was an unexpected visitor to the cemetery with his own ideas about digging up graves. A man who witnessed what nobody was supposed to see.
Enoch Drebber.
I wonder why they didn't just kill Drebber. Of course, I knew grave robbers frequented London cemeteries. But that grave, on that particular night, how unlucky.
Blast. If people find out the convict wasn't really executed, a scandal will rock the very foundations of the Empire. Then what do we do?
Shoot him, Mr. Jigoku. Shoot Asogi at once. He can't live now this has happened. He has to go. What are you talking about? You had an agreement. You promised him he could return to Japan. Everything has changed now. If the truth got out because of this, both of us would be finished. Forever. Come on, Jigoku, do it! Pull the trigger! Shoot! Oh, man. So he only died because Drebber dug up that grave of all the graves! Jigoku shot Asogi from the shadows. The grave robber was so close, the blood sprayed over his coat. He fled as fast as his legs would carry him. Then, Jigoku and I put Asogi's body back in the grave from which he'd just emerged. Oh my god. When I later learnt of the waxwork modeler's presence at the scene as well, I made her swear to two things. Never to remove the professor's mask, and never to speak of the events of that night. And with that, the secret was buried along with Asogi's corpse. So, now you know what really happened in Lowgate Cemetery that night. The story is so sad. Yeah, and Stronghart was about to make Kazuma go through the same thing? Yeah. God. Yes, this is a very satisfying conclusion. Like, getting to pin this all on Stronghart after this whole time. It was Jigoku, your Japanese acquaintance, who killed Asogi in the end, you see. He claimed to be the man's friend, but when push came to shove, he pulled the trigger. Did he, though?
Just before Mr. Jigoku left the courtroom earlier, he said that the assassin exchange proposal was a demand from his British counterpart, not a request. So you coerced him too, using what happened in the graveyard. That makes sense. By that time, Jigoku was the Minister of Foreign Affairs, negotiating international treaties with Britain. You can imagine what would have happened if it came to light he'd murdered a compatriot 10 years earlier. He would have lost everything. I merely reminded him of that. How do you sleep at night?
Very well, thank you. On feather pillows. These past 10 years, I've fought tirelessly with the darker recesses of London's criminal underworld, and I've used whatever means necessary to ensure that justice prevails and law and order reign supreme.
That couldn't be further from the truth. The fact is, you haven't fought crime at all.
How dare you? I saved Clint Van Zeeks from dishonor in his death.
Objection!
Whilst behind the scenes, you systematically buried anyone who stood in your way. And then, you made my father take the blame.
It was unavoidable. It was the only way to protect our justice system and public order.
Let's not forget the others you had killed as well. Setting the defendant up as the Reaper to cover up the truth behind the murders of countless more.
That's enough! Do you have any idea of the conniving that led to the acquittals of those wretched criminals? We have to fight fire with fire. Our courts can't function without a Reaper. Can't you see all I've done for this country? This has been my struggle.
Objection!
You've done nothing. It's Lord Van Zeeks here who worked tirelessly and justly in court, whilst enduring the disgrace of the Reaper name.
The turnaround is interesting. Now he's defending him.
And Inspector Gregson, fraught with anguish for having sullied his hands through a desire to do the right thing. Not to mention Genshin Asogi, who risked his life going in pursuit of the truth you tried to hide. No, the darker recesses of London's underworld were largely filled by you. You little... When will you get it through your thick skulls? His eyes. That it was all for Queen and Country? I'm tiring of that excuse. You've consistently twisted the truth for bargaining power to make others do your bidding. Nothing more. People who willingly twist the truth and coerce others have no right to call themselves part of the judiciary. I strongly suggest you don't ever talk of justice again. Grr. Grr. Yeah!
That's the second time he's lost it.
He sleeps on a mattress from Mattress Firm. Good night, PC Man. Thanks for being here. Have a good night.
Mm-hmm. Oh. Well, well, well. Dear me, my good fellows, dear me. A well-deserved round of applause, I think, for a quite marvelous performance. What are you talking about? Those delightfully grave expressions, that beautifully pronounced Queen's English. Drop the beat, Stronghart! Really, our friends from the Far East are quite the picture of industriousness. You fraud! Keep your mockery! Please, don't misunderstand. It really is exactly as you've both said.
What are you trying to say?
I have occupied the darker recesses of London's underworld and, how did you put it? Done nothing? I confess, it's a little embarrassing to have it pointed out quite so starkly. But yes, I really have done nothing. Which means I can be indicted for nothing. No? What? What are you talking about? Oh my gosh. Okay, anyway, we're finishing this, y'all. We're finishing this. I didn't know it was gonna take a whole stream. It took a whole stream. We'll have to talk about the state of play next week or something. I guess so, maybe next Tuesday. Just remind me. Somebody bring it up and we'll talk all about it next time, okay? Oh my gosh. Okay. Anyway, sorry about that, y'all. Okay. It's true. Actually, what's true? I don't remember what happened. Okay, so he said I have done nothing, which means I can be indicted for nothing. It's true. Personally, I have committed no crime. I've merely been surrounded by fools who have acted very rashly indeed.
You can't get away with that. You've consistently preyed on people's weaknesses.
And what? Threatened them? Are you sure it wasn't just bargaining? I would like to address all the good lords, ladies, and gentlemen of the judiciary here present. You all know of these darker recesses in our great capital, and deep down, I believe you also know that to fight those who dwell there requires at least some of us to occupy the darkness ourselves. So let me appeal to your good sense now. Consider the situation with me. If this catalog of horrifying revelations were to become common knowledge among the 6 million inhabitants of London, what might happen? To learn that the infamous murderer of royals and nobles was a respected member of the aristocracy himself. That evidence was fabricated in the scapegoat's trial amid secret negotiations with prosecutors to effect a jailbreak. that the Reaper of the Bailey was an organized group of assassins managed by a Scotland Yard inspector. And finally, that it was all masterminded by the Lord Chief Justice himself.
If the general public of Britain knew the truth, all faith in the police and the prosecutor's office would be completely lost, without doubt.
What's wrong with that? If they don't deserve people to have faith in them, then they don't deserve it.
Public order in the capital would completely break down. We would be cast back to the lawless days of the last century.
Precisely. As it was 100 years ago, when 1 in 10 of the population were criminals. Think what we've accomplished since then. A public policing force, a comprehensive set of laws. And if we want to continue to protect this new era of law and order, I say again, we must at times occupy the darkness ourselves. We have successfully identified and apprehended the man responsible for taking Inspector Gregson's life. That is all that was expected of this trial. All these other matters that have been discussed will be eliminated from the minutes of these proceedings, in the interests of preserving law and order, and to protect Her Majesty the Queen, of course. Well, my lords, ladies, and gentlemen, what say you?
He has a point.
The things Lord Stronghart has done are quite unforgivable.
But on the other hand, isn't it our duty to maintain law and order in the capital? You can't deny that the threat of the Reaper over the years has done wonders. Oh. And by fair means or foul. That's all thanks to Lord Stronghart. 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 Now they're saying Stronghart. Stronghart. Are you hearing this?
This is the will of the British judiciary?
So they want the corruption. They want the corruption. They don't care. They don't care. Okay, I guess. For your rousing response, friends, I express my heartfelt gratitude. Therefore, in accordance with the overwhelming wishes of the court, the records shall be erased. Oh, my bot's not working. My bot's not working right now. I'll reset it in a second. Give me a second. You have to respect the man's ability to turn a situation to his favor. Lord Stronghart really is a master of manipulation.
You've conclusively proven his guilt, yet still he manages to evade justice. I just don't know what we can do.
Ryunosuke.
It looks like the trial really is going to come to an end now. I'm almost out of options, I think. There's really only one path left open to me. Right. Well, I already know what to do. I remembered a little something. Yes, as I know only too well, the only thing that carries any weight in court is hard evidence.
But Mr. Naruhodo, what evidence is there to use at this stage in the trial?
I have an idea. I don't know whether anything will come of it, but if there was ever a time for using this particular item we have among the evidence, it's now. It's time for the bunny! It's time for the bunny. Let me reset the bot. Give me a second. You're gonna hear a noise. Don't be scared. Don't be scared. I'm right here. Hold my hand. The bot will be working in a minute. Has to load up first. Okay. Anyway. Not yet! I said in a minute! Okay, now. Just checking. You checked too soon. Do it now. Do it! Yeah! Yeah! You're all too excited. Who's gonna get it? Who's gonna do it? Your chances now. There you go. Do you feel better? You feel better now that you let that out? Ah. Okay. There you go, British. Okay, I'm gonna turn the sounds back off just because this is like a really big moment in the end of this game. We'll turn them back on later. Okay. We're gonna use the bunny!
Take that!
Bunny.
Oh my. Yes, Mr. Sholmes asked if you had that with you earlier.
We've exposed all of Lord Stronghart's wrongdoing now. I've no doubt that Mr. Sholmes had already deduced exactly how the truth would unfurl. So I think it must be time for the great detective to take center stage, don't you?
Yes, absolutely. Let's take the hair by the ears then, and heave!
All right, here goes. Heave! Ow, 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 ow! My dear fellows, must I remind you every time? A gentle tug will suffice. Mr. Sholmes, you're looking in quite the wrong direction, Mr. Naruhodo, because I'm over here.
Mr. Naruhodo, he's...
Oh, hello? It's Mr. Sholmes! Huh? I wasn't expecting you back, Sholmes. Did you figure out how to do holograms in the 1800s? Delighted to be here again, Lord Stronghart. What is the meaning of this? Bailiff, seize him! Put that man in irons! This is a closed court. You've been warned once already, man. What the? We can't get a hold of him, my lord. We just go right through him. Look at him dancing! What? Oh my god. Look at him go. Okay. Get it, Herlock? I'm afraid your efforts are wasted. You see, the great detective you see before you is composed entirely of light and shadow. An image, if you will. Oh! Mr. Naruhodo, I must congratulate you on your fine deductions. Is he a time traveler? Mr. Sholmes, what on earth is... Are you familiar, I wonder, with the invention known as the telephone? Well, yes. I hear that some public telephones have been installed recently in Tokyo.
The sound of the speaker's voice is converted to an electrical signal and transmitted instantly to another place.
What? Sounds are transmitted, so could not images keep them company, I mused. Iris and I did some modest experimentation to develop such a device specifically for this very day.
Modest experimentation, Mr. Sholmes? What a modest description!
And, somewhat incidentally, I thought we might just as well transmit an entire scene. Somewhat incidentally, Mr. Sholmes. Now you're just being immodest. Do you mean to say you're not actually here, Sholmes? Ah, I knew my trusty partner would have no trouble grasping the concept. Except he's grasping the stand to steady himself after your shock arrival.
Poor father. I would have hoped he might have been forewarned, being the great detective's great partner.
Leave my courtroom at once. Get out, or I swear to you. Dear me. You, on the other hand, Lord Stronghart, appear to have a very poor grasp of the situation. Allow me to reiterate. I am not here, which would, I hope, lead naturally to one asking, where exactly are you? The very question I was awaiting. I am at present enjoying the air in a rather splendid garden. A garden? Not just any garden, you understand. A garden at Buckingham Palace. What? You can't be. Buckingham Palace? What's Buckingham Palace, Mr. Sato? I've never heard of it.
Do you ever read the news, Mr. Naruhodo?
Welcome in, Astro Dude. Mr. Sholmes, Is Iris with you there? Ah, well now. Iris is currently enjoying some tea. With Her Majesty. Her Majesty? Not just any Her Majesty, you understand. Her Majesty the Queen of the British Empire. What? What on... Let's try to finish this. I know, do I need to do a speed run? I'm trying to voice act and get into it and be like emotional and stuff. Oh my god. Okay, anyway. Sorry. Okay. What on earth is this all about? That's what I'm asking, Ryu.
Buckingham Palace is Her Majesty the Queen's residence in London, Mr. Naruhodo.
It's her house, bro. Order in court. I demand immediate silence. Her Majesty the Queen. You can't be. I mean, no. This is some sort of unforgivably distasteful trickery by a third-rate detective, that's all. Unforgivably distasteful trickery. What an apt description. A closed court session attended by elite members of the judiciary is a rare event. I presumed that Her Majesty would be more than a little curious about the proceedings, so I decided to show her everything from start to finish. The Queen knows! And also, welcome and thank you so much for the raid, Adobo. Thank you very, very much. Welcome in, everyone. Welcome in, Adobo. Welcome in, Origami. The Queen! For the Queen! Let me do a quick shout out for you. Actually, I don't know if things are working. Let me do the other kind of shout out. Sorry, I've been having really bad internet issues today, so I'm like also trying to hurry and finish this before it goes down again. But there is a shout out for you. What were you playing? Let me know. Welcome in Queen Miku as well. Miku! Yeah, like I said, we've had a bunch of internet problems, so I'm just gonna get right back into it, because we're almost at the end here. I decided to show her everything from start to finish. You showed her? Indeed. By dint of the Herlock Sholmes remote cinematograph. 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 You meddling. This is some kind of nightmare. Just as I appear to be standing before you, regaling you with talk of my latest invention, no doubt you've inferred that the reverse is also true. You don't mean... Her Majesty has seen and heard every moment of the proceedings. I assumed there would be no objection. After all, every trial in this country is conducted under the auspices of Her Majesty, as you know. You... I confess, I am quite impatient to hear Her Majesty's opinion about the unforgivably distasteful trickery in which you've been engaged over the past 10 years. No, I was merely...
Oh, so sorry to keep you all waiting. Vicky and I had so much to talk about.
Victoria?
Iris, there you are. In fact, I have a little message here from Her Majesty.
A message? Well then, if everyone is sitting comfortably, forthwith and with immediate effect, all authority previously afforded to male Stronghart is hereby revoked forevermore. Furthermore, he will be prosecuted for crimes against his country in a public trial by jury in the coming days. So, it seems that Her Majesty doesn't believe we need to fight fire with fire. Justice in this country needn't to be administered from the shadows at all. How's that feel, Stronghart? Male Stronghart. The darkness you fostered to conceal your despicable actions these last 10 years is a thing of the past. After today, your brand of law and order has no future, because no longer are you the Lord Chief Justice. In the eyes of the law and of Her Majesty the Queen, you are nothing but a criminal. Hell yeah! Oh my god. It's taken so much to get here, chat.
Adjourned! 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 Court is adjourned!
Woo! He broke his stick. Oh, shit. Oh my god. Truly a fall from grace. Oh. I thought it was gonna break. Oh! I was right. It broke. Oh no. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Ah! My spouse is asleep in the room behind me. Sorry, Ruuuvo. Oh. I gotta yell if they're yelling though, you know? This is great. This is amazing. Look at him. Singed. He looks like the crying cat. Just so sad. So sad.
Lord Clint Van Zeeks left a will in which he confessed to everything. When those words came out of Asogi's mouth, it deranged me completely. I knew I must do anything and everything in my power to contain the situation. But I couldn't find the damn document. I searched his cell, but it wasn't there. Which precipitated the jailbreak plot, I presume.
What do you mean?
The need to obtain that will was all-consuming. I was sure that if I facilitated Asogi's escape, he would emerge with the will somewhere on his person. But despite searching his limp body in the cemetery that night, it still eluded me.
Yeah, he was smarter than you.
It never even crossed my mind that it was concealed in the sword's hilt.
Oh my god. Okay, but how do they justify a hologram in the 1800s? How do they do that?
What pains me now is that my brother left this world without a word to me. I'm sorry, Lord Van Zeeks.
In point of fact, I think perhaps that isn't the case.
Sorry?
How can that be?
There is more to his last will and testament.
They didn't read all of it?
What? As I confront the prospect of my demise, I feel bitter regret for my younger brother. Varric, you have always looked up to me. Now you follow in my footsteps to become a prosecutor. It is my fervent wish that my unspeakable deeds should not hinder your advancement. I ask not for understanding, for none could understand my depravity. I ask only for forgiveness.
Oh.
Asogi is a fine detective and a hunter worthy of respect. He has agreed to honor my final 2 wishes. The first is that this document survives. The second, I cannot commit to paper. I have confessed my sins to my wife. May she find resolution in my death. With my eternal gratitude to my Japanese friend, I rest my quill. Clint Van Zeeks.
Oh.
Clint.
The twists and turns in this game. Oh my god.
Male Stronghart, you colluded with Seishiro Jigoku in a criminal plot so immense it spanned the oceans, and you cold-heartedly murdered all those who knew the truth about what happened 10 years ago. But why did you set about that now, a whole decade later? To ascend to the very peak. These last 10 years made me realize being the Lord Chief Justice wasn't enough. Short of becoming Her Majesty's Attorney General, I could have no real power to effect the changes needed in this country. And for that promotion, I needed to ensure no remnants of the past remained. So it's because he wanted a promotion. How could you? I like everything to run smoothly in the exact manner that I prescribe, like a well-oiled machine. And I was just a step away. And for your ambition to succeed, did you even bother to count the number of brilliant people you had killed? Ah, Mr. Reaper, are you not forgetting something? Such as?
We're still calling him Reaper? He wants to be the queen!
You've very much adopted your usual prosecutor-like demeanor in the proceedings now. But the reality of the situation is that you are the defendant in this trial. Ah,
Did you forget?
however, the presiding judge would appear to have fallen from the bench, as it were. Then may I suggest, therefore, that we entrust the final adjudication to an old friend.
A good judge!
My lord.
As a member of the judiciary, I have been following the proceedings from the gallery. And I must say, I shan't ever forget the extraordinary battle between good and evil that I witnessed here today. Santa Judge, you're back! Grandpa! The darkness that has blighted justice in our land these past 10 years has at last been dispelled, thanks in no small part to the efforts of a bright young star from the east. Defense Counsel Naruhodo.
Yes, my lord.
On behalf of everyone here present in the Old Bailey, I give you my heartfelt thanks.
You're too kind, my lord. The first time I faced you in court, just under a year ago now, I had the faintest of intimations that if British justice...
Sorry, it's been a long night.
that if British justice, so warped and twisted over its long history, was finally to know change, this might just be the man to do it. What? But at the time, I wouldn't allow myself to acknowledge the possibility. I couldn't overcome my hatred of the Japanese after the circumstances of my brother's death. Mr. Naruhodo, allow me to apologize for countless discourtesies on my part. You are a lawyer of boundless talent.
Oh, Lord Van Zeeks.
Finally a compliment. When I first arrived in Great Britain, I was literally a nobody, certainly not a lawyer. The truth is, my fortunes have entirely been made by the miraculous people I've met.
My best friend, Kazuma Sogi, who led me here to Britain in the first place. My loyal and ever-patient judicial assistant, Mr. Sato, who helped me study to become a lawyer. The brilliant Lord Van Zeeks, who never failed to challenge his Nipponese rival. And not to mention, the exceptional master of logic and reasoning who showed me the true art of deduction, Mr. Sholmes. Saving the best for last, Mr. Naruhodo. What a relief. I'm well aware that without all these people's help and support, I wouldn't be where I am today.
Looking at you, chat! Welcome in, Suki! Howdy, howdy. Sorry, I'm not, like, super reading chat right now. I'm just trying to get through this game because we keep having internet problems, and once we get to, like, the credits, I'm gonna scroll up and try to catch up with all of you. But I appreciate you all being here so very much. Very, very much. The truth is a guiding light that always leads to happiness. I've lived by that principle for a long time now, but actually, it's not true. The truth can also cause great pain, sometimes even leave people on the brink of despair. And for that reason, there are those who feel the need to hide the truth, who do it instinctively even. But as soon as we allow our eyes to settle on something other than the truth, the darkness takes hold. And from there it grows, until eventually it makes us blind to the guiding light of the truth altogether. So that's why it's my belief that we must all resolve never to avert our eyes from what is just and true. Was that necessary? So that we can continue to walk the straight and narrow path ahead. I can't get over that he has a hologram. Well, I must excuse myself now. But before I go, Mr. Naruhodo, let me compliment you on your grand opus. What? Without your beautifully composed case against Lord Stronghart, Her Majesty would have been unable to act. Thanks to you and your fellows, the haunting undertones corrupting Britain's justice system have been silenced. Thank you very much. So, until our paths cross again somewhere... Well then, it would appear that this long trial has finally come to an end.
My apologies for any anxiety caused, my lord.
I'm quite sure we shall meet again here in the courtroom before long, Prosecutor Barrack Van Zeeks. In conclusion of these proceedings, I hereby declare the defendant Barrack Van Zeeks not guilty. Oh, the sweetest 2 words I could see right now. Oh my god. So much time and work paid off. Finally, peace. Peace on Earth. Peace in this office, at least. Indoor fireworks sound dangerous. They do. They do. But it's so worth it, though. That is all. Court is adjourned. Holy shit. Oh my god, my back. Okay. 4th November, 4:21 p.m. The Old Bailey Defendants Antechamber. It really is all over. Did I sacrifice too much?
Mr. Naruhodo, I really must congratulate you. It was a truly, truly splendid performance.
Thank you, Susato. I thought so too. I think my voice acting was pretty good, thank you. Oh my god, okay, let me at least catch up with chat a little bit. Because, like, we haven't finished the game yet, but, like, we've got through the big ending part. Now it's, like, you know, the part of Ace Attorney where they kind of wrap things up with a little bow. And you have the emotional, like, moments with all your friends, you know? Oh my god. Okay, I'm gonna scroll up to where we got the raid. Okay. Here we go. Yeah, y'all arrived just in time for the ending. Very good timing. If you threaten the internet, it should work. I've tried. It's beyond saving. Herlock Sholmes, my beloved. Words are hard, especially when you've been streaming for 4 hours and you've had like 10 stream disconnections. I don't know how many it was. It was too many. Finally, you can have a projection of Sholmes in your home for the cheap price of $79.99. This game makes you wish you were British? Nothing could make me wish I was British. No. Oh. Just kidding. Oh, yeah, sorry, my bot's not working, so our commands are broken. I can fix it right now, but... I guess, yeah, I'll fix it. Okay, you're gonna hear a sound, don't be scared, it's just me. Oops, that was me. Don't worry. Don't be scared. His guilt is off the scale. So guilty. I mean, he was the cause of, like, the death of, like, 50 people or something. I don't know. I think there was even deaths that we didn't address in the game, you know? Is the implication, I feel like. One of the most badass breakdowns ever. Yes, it was very good. Iris is just that good, yeah. She learned how to make holograms overnight. Weren't the judiciary just cheering Stronghart on a moment ago? Shouldn't they be questioned, right? You're all corrupt. Just like the and you, part of the credits in video games. Exactly. Exactly. And you, chat. Hey, friend, welcome in. Sorry, I was catching up with chat. I've decided instead of letting the bad thoughts fester while I lay in the dark, I'm gonna watch Twitch. That is a very, very good idea. I should take that advice sometimes too, actually. To be honest. But welcome in. I'm glad to be a break from the darkness for you. So another 2 more hours, right? Oh, you won the game! No, the fun's not over. We got through like the big chunk of the drama, but now we get to see like the pleasant resolution at the end. Not even crumpets. Yeah.
It was a truly splendid performance. Honestly, I couldn't be happier for you.
Oh, thank you very much. But I really couldn't have done it without you at my side through it all, Mrs. Sato.
Oh. Your kind words mean so much to me.
Oh. It really was a very splendid show, that, Naruhodo. I'd have thought you'd be smiling from ear to ear, but you look rather glum. Well, of course I'm delighted about the verdict. But in exposing the truth, I'm afraid I've caused my client a great deal of pain. I'm really not sure that's what a lawyer ought to be doing.
Oh, well, in that case, I'm quite sure that when you see Lord Van Zeeks' smiling face, everything will seem much better.
Girl, I don't think he's ever smiled in his life. I think he came out frowning.
Mr. Sato, everything seems worse. He has a face like thunder.
Oh dear. I really shouldn't have presumed.
Mr. Naruhodo.
Yes?
Almost a year it's been now since I first encountered you here in this very courthouse. For you to have risen to the level of excellence you demonstrated today, well, it's quite remarkable. But I exposed the most unpalatable truth you could ever have imagined in court today. I feel as though I've robbed you of something you held so dear. What was it he said? To fight those who dwell in the darkness requires at least some of us to occupy the darkness ourselves. But that was just the feeble excuse of a coward. Only those with a steadfast eye for the truth have what it takes to fight the dark forces of crime. You made fine work of establishing that fact in court today.
Oh. Well, thank you.
What magnanimous words! I'm quite sure that Kazuma-sama would have a smile on his face at this very moment if he were here.
Kazuma.
He didn't come out frowning, he's just been through a lot. Mr. Sato, there's another face like thunder here.
Oh my! And he really was here.
This is a small room. How do you not know who's around?
Lord Van Zeeks. Allow me to congratulate you on your acquittal. Congratulate me? Or curse me? You failed to bring down the Reaper.
I mean, the real one we did.
I owe you an apology. No. It is I who should apologize. Your father, Genshin. If I had been stronger, then perhaps I made an unforgivable error of judgment. I can offer no excuse. And I can offer no forgiveness. That said, I suppose you fought for justice and the truth. For that, at least, I can't withhold respect. Your words mean more to me than you could know. I will hold them dear.
Hey, Koki, welcome in. Does that mean Cosmo forgave him or not? No. It means he doesn't forgive him, but he does respect him. Whatever that means. Kazuma-sama.
I must say, there's one thing that's still bothering me.
What's that?
The will that Lord Clint Van Zeeks wrote before his duel with my father.
Mm-hmm.
Sogi is a fine detective and a hunter worthy of respect. He has agreed to honor my final 2 wishes.
Oh, right, he had a secret wish.
The first is that this document survives. The second, I cannot commit to paper. I have confessed my sins to my wife. May she find resolution in my death. With my eternal gratitude to my Japanese friend, I rest my quill. Clint Van Zeeks.
Aye.
What can the second of his final wishes have been? That your father agreed to honor, you mean?
I actually haven't saved in like an hour. Yeah, an hour. I last saved at 1 a.m. It's now 2:20 a.m. Okay. I was very confident in the ending of that case. I think, perhaps, I might be able to shed some light on that. What?
Father?
It was 10 years ago, as you know. The day before the execution was scheduled. I went to the prison to say my farewells to Genshin.
Why aren't you putting up more of a fight, Genshin? If you'd only agree to it, Seishiro and I would gladly petition the government. We've been through this already. You don't need to worry about me. Anyway, Yujin, I have a favor to ask of you. Something of great importance. You're one of my greatest friends, Genshin. Whatever it is, consider it done. I'm going to tell you an address. I need you to go there at once, in secret, and telling no one. You should find a lady of the gentry in hiding there.
A lady of the gentry?
She's not in a good way, and she's with child. The birth is imminent. As a medical man, I'd like you to attend to her. Please, you're her only hope.
By any chance, is the child yours, Genshin?
Don't be daft. It's a favor that was asked of me by a man I knew, as his dying wish.
My goodness.
I swore to the man that I would help, that I would do whatever I could for his wife and his unborn child. But if something should happen to me, I need to ask you that same favor. You're the only person I know that I can truly rely on.
Is this going where I think it is?
What did you say?
If something should happen to you? Tomorrow night, you're going to be...
You never know, though, do you? What life will bring.
And then he died anyway!
All right, then. Tell me the address. I'll head there at once, with Seishiro and... No, not with him.
Pardon?
This is a favor I'm asking of you, and only you, Yujin. Because your name is Yujin, so I can only ask you, you see?
I'm sorry. Right, I see. Very well, then. I just have to insert nonsense.
That very night, I caught a train from Paddington to Dartmoor in Devon. I found the old house. In the middle of nowhere it was. An old hunting hound lay asleep in the grounds.
So is this Clint's wife?
The poor woman was on the floor at the back of a darkened room. She was in mortal danger. I broke her waters to precipitate the labor before she weakened further, but it was a torturous birth. I did everything humanly possible for her and her child.
Let me guess.
And in the end, I was lucky enough to welcome a new life into the world. tragically. My efforts to save the mother's life were in vain. I held the healthy newborn girl. I knew it was gonna be a girl! Newborn girl in my arms and wept for longer than I cared to remember. Eventually, in something of a daze, I looked around the room. There was precious little in it, but an old travel trunk caught my eye. It had clearly been well looked after over the years, made of top-quality leather with fine stitching, but it was when I saw the emblem on the side of it that everything dropped into place. B for Baskerville.
Baskerville?
You mean the woman was the wife of Lord Clint Van Zeeks? That's right. The newborn was his daughter. But that makes no sense. Why on earth wouldn't Clint have entrusted the child to my care in that case? I was completely unaware that he even had a daughter. I suppose he didn't really have any choice. What? Well, your brother said that he'd confessed everything to his wife, so she must have been beside herself with worry for her child. If the true identity of the professor were ever to be made public, the girl would be forever branded as the daughter of the infamous mass murderer. So the only solution was to distance the young girl from the Van Zeeks family as much as possible. I don't believe it. Oh my god. I imagine that in his final hour, Lord Clint Van Zeeks made the obvious choice. He would have thought to himself, this Japanese man here is someone I can trust. Oh my god. And then they had a moment together earlier! Oh. I honored my promise to Genshin, of course. I'm like holding it in until it actually says it. However, only a month later, I was summoned back to Japan. And without disclosing the parentage of the child, I couldn't obtain permission to take her with me.
How awful.
So he was gonna be, not he, she was gonna be adopted by him.
I was completely at a loss. In the end, I had to ask my great friend. I asked him if he would be a father to her. That being Mr. Sholmes, I presume. Yes. He took one look into my eyes and agreed to it on the spot. Mr. Sholmes, he has a heart of gold. Really, all it can be said that I did for the child was to give her a name. Oh? When I'd come to Britain, I was trying to escape from the grief of losing my darling wife.
Oh yeah. So it was her name that I gave the little girl!
Your wife's name, Professor Mikotoba. In other words...
The name of my mother. Ayame Mikotoba.
Oh! That's right. Ayame. Or in English,
Iris. I'm crying.
Iris.
Oh.
I had no idea.
Ding dong. Ouch!
Mr. Naruhodo, what's wrong?
This little thing just pinched me on the behind through my trouser pocket. Hard! Ah, my dear fellows. Can you hear me? You're interrupting my tears. That is so sweet! This hurt me when I read about it in the guide. Yeah. Iris being named for Susato's mother is the next best thing to actually being her sister, right? And I mean, it's funny because earlier they were like, oh, Mikotoba, are you actually her dad? Are we actually biological sisters? But like, they actually would have been adoptive sisters if he was able to bring her to Japan, but he couldn't. Good thing it wasn't in his front pocket. Oh my god. Jail. Jail! I was lucky enough to welcome a new life into the world. The alien chest burster. Don't talk about Iris like that. She's our baby! And yeah, this means that she's Van Zeeks' niece, so he's her uncle! And they had like a cute moment earlier. It was so sweet. Oh.
Mr. Sholmes, is that you?
Ding dong! Ouch! Yes, yes, we can hear you.
You see what excessive tugging can do? Let that be a lesson to you.
Mr. Sholmes, we weren't able to thank you properly before, but you were simply marvelous. Your checkmate move was a stroke of genius.
Indeed it was, wasn't it? I surpassed myself, I feel. It had become apparent to me that to stop the Lord Chief injustice would require such measures.
Bruno, Susie!
Oh, Iris! We were just talking about you.
Oh, I'm so pleased. What a wonderful outcome. Her Majesty Queen Vicky said she thought my special blend was delicious.
Oh, I'm sure she did. After all, no one brews a more delicious tea than you, Iris.
Let's have a party to celebrate. And Mr. Reaper, you simply must come too.
Now everyone's awkward?
I'm afraid I couldn't.
The Reaper of the Bailey flustered by a 10-year-old girl again.
No, really? Oh, pooh.
But I give you my word that I shall present myself at your residence in the near future to express my gratitude.
Oh, how lovely. You've promised now. I won't let you forget. Bye for now, then.
All right, Iris. Thank you for all your help earlier.
Oh, that was nothing. Just come back home soon.
Ding dong. Ouch! One final pinch goodbye, was it?
Well, I think I ought to be leaving.
There's that smile!
Lord Van Zieks, would you care to accompany me? Certainly. Mr. Naruhodo, allow me once again to express my deep gratitude to you. I believe you saved my life.
Wait, Lord Van Zieks! Now what?
Yes?
What are you intending to do now? And what are you gonna do now, Mr. Van Zieks, now that you are free from execution? Disneyland, perhaps?
Well, clearly, I shall have to resign from the prosecutor's office.
Oh, no.
I intend to publicize the full truth about the professor case. Once that's done, the Van Zieks family will be ostracized completely from London society.
Surely not.
So as soon as I am free from my employment, I shall leave the capital. Oh, I see. Don't be a fool. Are those the actions of a man once feared as the mighty Reaper of the Bailey? I beg your pardon. For the past 10 years, you've endured that pseudonym and been cast as one of the dark forces yourself. Now that you've finally been freed from that disrepute, your battle is just beginning, surely. Well, I certainly never expected to hear those words from your lips. I waited a very long time to come to London. Now I'm properly here, I intend to learn all that I can. Anyway, goodbye for now, Ryunosuke Naruhodo.
But you're supposed to be our best friend. Now Zeeks is your best friend. Kazuma Sogi. It seems as though he's really matured suddenly.
He's not the only one who has, Mr. Naruhodo.
Hmm?
Well, I think we should make our way back to Baker Street. We must help Iris with tonight's dinner.
We must.
The end.
I don't know, they might show some more stuff.
It was then that I came to an important decision about my future.
There's more! 4th November, 6:25 p.m. Sholmes is sweet.
I'm home.
Tadaima. Oh! Ah!
About time you got here. We've been waiting ages, Odo.
What are you doing with that colorful piece of history?
party, isn't it? It's gotta go off with a bang. I mean fireworks, ideally. But when you ain't got fire, smoke's the next best thing, ain't it?
There's a girl on Fresno Street who could help you with that, I think.
Isn't it tea time? Right, I'll remember that.
You don't have to reload that thing every time I speak.
You really must hear this. It's quite the most extraordinary thing. I assure you, it will defy your expectations. Take down every detail now, Mikotoba.
The world-famous great detective, regaling his partner with the tale of his adventure. A sight to behold.
Would you care to hazard a guess? Where do you suppose the fiendish runaway had concealed himself? Would you believe? Inside the trunk I found abandoned in his cabin.
I would believe it, yes. He was there!
I say, Mikotoba, I detect not a hint of surprise.
I wonder why that is, Maybe because I was there at the scene as well, Sholmes?
What? You were? Then why the deuce didn't you say so before?
Not quite the sight I was expecting to behold, but still. It's hard not to feel privileged to see it. Hello, Mr. Sholmes, Professor Mikotoba. I'm finally back from the Bailey.
And not a moment too soon. A feast prepared by Iris and Miss Susato awaits.
I must say, I haven't seen Susato looking so happy in a very long time.
Oh, Runo, there you are. Dinner is on the table, everyone. Please do come and take a seat. Time to fill me boots!
Please don't put the food in your shoes. I love their dynamic. It's great.
Goodness, is that really true, Gina?
Yup, I'm losing me copper's clobber and going back to what I know best. It's a diver's life for me.
You're really leaving the police force? But why, Ginny?
Well, the boss ain't around no more, so...
Oh.
And anyway, no matter how hard I try, that Reaper ain't never gonna accept a diver-turned-dick, is he?
It means detective, it means detective, it means detective.
Well, people can change, you know.
Ah, yes. That reminds me. I rather thoughtfully offer to relieve the bailiff of this now defunct piece of evidence.
Eh?
It's the inspector's pocket watch. And the crown has been reattached. Isn't this music from the trilogy? Is this usually playing Great Ace Attorney? Am I just losing it? That watch was his pride and joy, a symbol of his great achievements at Scotland Yard. No, it's Gregson's theme. Okay, I'm just losing my mind. That's fine. For 10 years without fail, it measured every second of the man's remarkable career. It makes sense it's playing right now. We're talking about Gregson.
But now, it's stopped.
Someone needs to keep the memory of Inspector Gregson's career alive by taking on the great responsibility of winding that watch every single day again.
Yes, someone with an equally fierce detective spirit.
It's gotta be me! There ain't no one else!
Quite right.
I mean, after all, the boss was... well, he was my boss.
Yes, Ginny. Yes, he was.
Yes, this was all your idea, Gina.
Oh yeah, and I made you a promise and all, didn't I, Iris? That I'd become a proper detective one day and track down your old man.
Oh. Oh.
Oh. All right then, it's decided. I'll do it, and I swear. I'll find your dad and bring him back in kicking and screaming.
I'm not entirely sure that would be appropriate. Yes, I think, Gina, it might be best to, well...
I think I'd like you to forget that promise, Ginny.
Eh?
Oh, does Iris already know? Iris?
Well, obviously I've always wondered about who my real daddy is. Of course I have. I wanted to know where I've come from. I thought it might tell me something about myself. But I've caused such a lot of trouble trying to find out. For so many people. Hurley, Bruno, Professor Mickey.
Oh, no, not at all, my dear. Really, you owe no apology to anyone.
Well, anyway, I've decided to give up on it. Because I finally realized my daddy is the greatest in the world. I don't think it matters what his name is or where he's from. Don't you agree? Hurley?
With every word, Iris. Oh.
Thank you, Hurley. Thank you, Daddy.
Instant tears! I just felt the water instantly in my eyeballs. Oh my god. Oh. That's her dad. That's her dad. Found family, man. Adoptive family, man. Oh, it gets to me. You know what always gets me? It's like, it's a dad with a daughter. A dad with a daughter that he adopted or found and raised as his own. Oh my god.
I think, Mikotoba.
Yes, Sholmes?
I think that I ought to express my gratitude to you.
Oh?
For 6 years, you and I solved many a mystery together, and during that time, I remember countless expressions of gratitude for our good services. But a moment ago, I heard the most pleasing expression of gratitude of them all, and I should never have experienced it, were it not for you.
You old softy, Sholmes. But I must confess, it's a weight off my mind to hear you say it.
Well then, I think this calls for a lengthy violin recital, wouldn't you say?
Oh, well, the food would go cold. That's the only problem. Maybe next week, Hurley.
Are you sure a week is long enough, Iris?
Herlock does something stupid next week and Iris takes it back. Even amidst the most troubling of cases, even reeling from the most shocking of revelations, returning in the evening to this suite of rooms, there's always warmth and happiness to be had. The home of the world's greatest detective, and my home too, with my greatest family. November 4th, 9:37 p.m. Naruhodo Legal Consultancy. This attic room has been my home and office for almost a year now. Take a chat break. I've been out of water for like the last hour and a half. I keep sipping at it and there's just like little droplets at the bottom, but it's basically empty. But I didn't want to leave stream to go get water. I didn't want to leave because I'm trying to finish this, you know? Oh my gosh. Fill it with milk. Stop. Stop! I beg of you. Who's turning what now? It was tugging. It was tugging. They're tugging things. Oh. I know. You saw an opportunity and you had to take it. I get it. I'd probably do the same. If I was in a chat right now, I'd probably do the same thing. Yeah, let me try something. 2 droplets? Okay, 2 droplets. 3 droplets. A droplet every 30 minutes has been keeping me going this whole time. Like literally, I'll get like a droplet of water. Fictional found family laughing and joking around a giant Victorian feast. Real found family fill it with milk. I've certainly had some unforgettable experiences whilst I've lived here. But I think now the time has come. Time to bid this place farewell. Are we going home?
Naruhodo.
Oh. Oh, Professor. Are you alone? I didn't hear any sound from Susato's room. Yes, Susato-san went out after dinner. She took a carriage. Something about an important matter she needed to take care of. Ah, see. I wanted to thank you for what you did earlier. With Iris, I mean. When the subject of her father came up. Lord Clint Van Zeeks. I made up my mind many years ago never to tell her who her real father was. It's what was agreed with Genshin, after all. Lord Clint Van Zeeks' final wishes before he died, you mean? Yes. I've had to take some rather drastic steps at times to protect that secret, you know. Calling Susato back to Japan 6 months ago, for example. That's why? When I read Soseki-san's report about his final days in London, my heart nearly stopped. You'd stumbled across the crux of that terrible case, the dog's collar. Ah. The description of the Baskerville insignia left me in no doubt. Baskerville. If you'd decided to investigate that insignia, sooner or later you'd have made the connection to the Van Zeeks. And to make matters worse, Susato knew of the unpublished story as well. A story that Iris had written based on my notes from the time. Ah yes, the Hound of the Baskervilles. Exactly. It was a work of fiction, but based on the grim reality of a huge beast of a dog being used as a murder weapon. A dog with the Baskerville family emblem around its neck. Armed with those 2 clues, I feared you and Susato might arrive at the truth. So I invented that story about having collapsed to justify her leaving London and returning to Japan at once. All in aid of halting any investigations you and she might have been contemplating. See. Something I've never understood is why Susato-san came across that manuscript in Japan, though. You know, Iris's The Hound of the Baskerville story, I mean. Sholmes sent it to me. That was before Susato left Japan. He was very troubled about what should be done about it, you see. I'd read it and carelessly left it on my desk, which is where Susato came across it, of course. Oh. Oopsie. It was the only case Sholmes and I ever pursued that I didn't record in meticulous detail. I was stunned when I discovered that young Iris had pieced together so much of it from my paltry notes. Sholmes and I discussed the matter and decided that we couldn't allow the story's publication. At that point, I returned the manuscript by post to Sholmes for safekeeping. So you did all that to stop Iris from finding out the truth about her father? That's right. Because Sholmes had told me how astute she'd become. She's very smart. However, having witnessed events in court today, I must say my opinion has somewhat shifted. Oh? I think at some point in the future, the time will come for Iris to know the truth. And when it does, well, I believe it will be for the best. I think so too. Actually, Professor, I wanted to talk to you about something too. Going home? Judging from that expression, I'd say you've come to a decision, have you? Yes, I have. I will be returning with you to Japan. Are you quite sure? I'm really only here as a substitute for Kazuma, but he's here in Britain now, as originally intended. Locum student Naruhodo doesn't really have a right to stay, I think. You've earned your place, but okay. I see. Looking back now, when I first arrived here in February, My becoming a lawyer just seemed to be the way things turned out. With Kazuma, Susato-san, and Mr. Sholmes all gently pushing me in that direction. I spent the best part of a year immersed in this world, but always aware of a seed of doubt inside me. Until today. Standing in that courtroom earlier, all doubts vanished from my mind. I was totally focused. I was sure of my belief in my client, and I was sure I could see the trial through. And at the end of it, I finally realized no one else chose this path for me. I chose it myself. Path of a defense lawyer, eh? Yes, that's what I am now. That's what I'll be going back with you to Japan as. And that's the path I'll be following for the rest of my life. Well, it sounds like you've made quite a resolution there, so I have. Very well then. I must say, it's extremely welcome news. I shall make arrangements for your return first thing tomorrow, but I don't imagine we'll depart for a few days. Not with the symposium having been cancelled now. Such a shame. Never mind. I'm sure there will be other opportunities in the future. Well then, I'll bid you good night. Oh. Susato? Susato-san.
I just wanted to let you know I'm back.
You overheard that, didn't you? And then he went on to give birth to Phoenix Wright. Did you, hear what your father and I were discussing?
I'm sorry. I did, yes. I couldn't help but...
Oh, how much did you hear?
Well... from the part about Iris's real father, I think.
In other words, from the beginning.
So you've made up your mind. You'll return to Japan and continue working as a defense lawyer.
Yes. I'm sorry. I really should have consulted you about it. I did want to earlier this evening, actually, but you'd already gone out.
Oh no, that's quite all right. I already knew that it's what you'd decide, Naruhodo-san.
You did? Susato-san.
Oh, yes?
I suppose this means it has to be farewell soon.
I suppose.
You'll be a great help to Kazuma going forward. I mean, I know he's a brilliant lawyer, but he's new to the British courtroom. He'll certainly benefit greatly having a brilliant judicial assistant at his side.
I'll do my very best.
Oh, I wish I could say it, but I just can't. I can't ask her to come with me. After all, she was always supposed to be coming to Britain as Kazuma's assistant.
It's growing late. We should both try to get some sleep. I'm sure you must be exhausted after today.
Oh, yes, you're right.
Before I retire, let me just say one more time. You really were quite splendid in court today. So if you ask me, anyone who thinks of you as a substitute or a locum should be ashamed of themselves.
Sato-san.
Including you, Ryu.
Thank you. It's like the ending of the first game, isn't it? Oh. I want them to keep being partners in law. 7th November, 5:42 a.m., Port of Dover. Can't believe this day's finally come.
You're really leaving then, Runo?
I'm afraid so, Iris. Thank you so much for everything. I don't know what I'll do without your wonderful cooking and delicious tea.
Oh, I wish you weren't going. But you have to come back and visit. Say you will.
Of course, I promise. Well, it was a very brief reunion, but it was a pleasure to pursue a case with you again after so long. For a while, at least, it felt like old times. Yes, I suppose on reflection, there's something to be said for it. Having a little fun once in a while.
I'll just go and say goodbye to the professor as well, I think.
Alright, Iris, you do that. Honk!
Susato-san.
I've just checked, Naruhodo-san. Your luggage is already on board. Such a beautiful morning. Perfect for embarking on a journey, isn't it?
Before I set off, I'd just like to say how thankful I am for everything you've done for me. And give my warmest regards to Kazuma, please.
Actually, I think you ought to give him your regards in person, don't you?
Sorry?
Ryunosuke.
Oh!
Kazuma! What are you doing here?
Do you really think I'd miss my best friend's departure?
Thanks. To be honest, I'd been looking forward to our wild time tearing up the streets of Her Majesty's capital. But,
Well, we'll have to save that for another time. Personally, I'm looking forward to facing you in court again.
Me too. But, we're both defense lawyers, so,
I'm going to become a prosecutor.
Oh!
I'll stay in Lord Van Zeek's tutelage for the time being, but before long, I intend to be just as formidable as the Reaper himself.
Damn.
Oh, I see.
Oh.
Actually, Ryunosuke, I have a favor to ask.
Name it.
I'd like you to take care of this for me for a while.
What?
Karuma? Why?
Because I've seen it now. I've seen what's inside me. The demon that reared its ugly head that day.
Hmm. When he threatened Gregson? Hmm.
It was only for the briefest of moments. The last time I came face to face with that inspector. But it was unmistakable. I wanted to kill him.
Yeah.
I've always known there are demons that live inside people. And now I know there is one in me. The fact that it very nearly consumed me is something I'll carry with me. Until the end of my days. While I devote my life to fighting those whose demons have got the better of them. As a prosecutor.
So, that's what you've resolved to do, is it?
Resolve.
Until I'm ready to face the demon within me. To slay it once and for all. I leave this in your care. If you'll take it.
Of course.
Of course I will. I'll keep it by my side. Always.
Anything for you, Kazuma.
Until we meet again, then. You have your path to follow, and I have mine.
Naruhodo-san,
Mm-hmm.
the path you're going to follow from now on, I wonder if I might follow it at your side.
Oh.
Unless I'd be a burden.
No, of course not.
I mean, I would very much like you to come with me. But aren't you...
You're so predictable, Ryunosuke.
I am?
Honestly, you never change at all. But that's what I like about you.
You mean you knew about this?
It was the evening after Lord Van Zeek's trial came to an end. She came to see me at the prosecutor's office.
That's what she was doing.
Really? Oh, when I had that conversation with Professor Mikotoba.
So, you'd go with Ryunosuke back to Japan?
Yes. I know it's unfair of me to follow my own interests like this.
Coming here especially to tell me. You're a stickler for etiquette, aren't you? Well, what are his feelings?
We've never discussed it, of course, and Naruhodo-san has made no such suggestion. I worry that perhaps I'd be a burden to him.
He's just as much of a stickler for etiquette as you are. He'd never say anything before he was asked. But I'd feel happy knowing you were with him.
Oh.
Look out for him on my behalf, will you?
Of course.
Oh yeah, I forgot Kazuma's armband was on him too.
What-
Mementos
What do you think, Naruhodo-san?
of his bestest friend in the whole wide world.
With you by my side, no trial would seem too daunting. So if you're willing, I'd be honored if you'd come with me. Together we can take on the world.
I'm terribly incompetent, but if you'll have me, I'd be delighted.
Girl, incompetent where?
Oh, no, not at all. If anyone's terribly incompetent, it's me.
Oh my god.
Ah!
What's wrong?
Your luggage, Susato-san. There's no time. The ship's going to set sail any minute now.
It's all right. There's no need to worry. As it happens, my luggage is already on board too.
She was like, I know he's gonna say yes.
It is?
Your fine judicial assistant has everything in hand as always, I see.
Bruno, your ship's about to leave.
Time to
The
go
baby
then.
has spoken.
Look after yourself, Ryunosuke.
Kazuma, draw your sword.
Oh. Huh?
One day, when our paths cross, once more, we'll fight a duel of words across the courtroom. A day I eagerly await as a lawyer.
I've been waiting to hear you say that. Partner.
Aww. My eyes. Oh.
Don't forget me then, Kazuma.
As if I could, Ryunosuke.
And Mr.
Now
Sholmes,
kiss.
thank you so much. I'm very much indebted to you.
Mr. Sholmes!
Indeed, Mr. Naruhodo. I believe you are.
Naruhodo!
I'll never forget all you've done for me during my time in London.
Quite. I should like to think you will remember your debt of gratitude. Especially when I visit you in your country.
Hearing his voice is weird. Oh my god, they were sword partners. Oh my god, they touched sword.
What? The truth is,
Who said that?
although many are ignorant of the fact, the world is far smaller than most folk realize.
Well, I'd be delighted if you came to Japan one day.
Oh yes, would welcome you with open arms, Mr. Sholmes.
Oh, that sounds wonderful! I can't wait!
It's weird hearing her voice too.
In that case, let us conclude that this is to be merely a brief parting, my dear fellows.
I'm so used to hearing their voices
And
as
that
my
brings
voice.
us to the end of my adventures in Great Britain.
Wow. Oh.
A peculiar twist of fate brought me halfway around the world those many months ago. But that was just the start of my journey. Who knows where fate will lead me next? Still, I'm confident this won't be my last meeting with the friends I've made in London. And when we're together again, no doubt the first words I'll hear will be,
Come, the game is afoot.
Oh. I thought it was gonna be objection.
The ship, with our friends from the east, sailed steadily towards the distant horizon.
Horizon.
But Sholmes' face was alight with joy. The times may change, but a steadfast friendship will remain true, Wilson. We have but to gently close our eyes, and we are with our companions once more.
So I do just that. And when I do, I can hear his strong, familiar voice ring out.
Objection!
Uh-huh. There it is.
Until we meet again, Ruuuvo.
Great Ace Attorney! The end. Yay! Oh, that took a while, huh? Took 5 hours, oh my gosh. And I was like, oh, maybe we'll stop and we'll be done in 2 hours. I've been thoroughly inundated with inquiries about my remote inventory since that day. But I'm no purveyor of electrical goods, and what of the promised closed court secrecy? Anyway, I've decided an absence from London is in order. A sojourn in distant climes. The Empire of Japan, perhaps. I understand that wardrobe class incurs no charge whatsoever. I won Victorian Ace Attorney.
I gave a little note to Hurley the other day. It just said, "Thank you for everything, Daddy," but it made Hurley cry. And I gave him some lotion I'd invented as well, to dye his hair red safely. But he said that might make him cry too, so he'd rather not use it.
In those days, when I was known as the Reaper, I felt your presence at my side. Once, unable to bear the burden of that grim pseudonym, I even retired from the courtroom. Despite everything, I still wear your prosecutor's badge with pride. But the darkness that once beset me is no more, as you too are no more. In the words of a young foreign friend of mine, I must stride forward toward a brighter future.
The boss left a note for me, you know, and I can read every letter now, A to Z, the whole lot. It's cleared a load of stuff up. The boss was trying to protect me, see? And that's exactly what me and Chief Inspector Toby here are gonna keep doing for Londoners. I only wish I could have said how grateful I was before he, you know.
Gina, the truth is, I'm not the upstanding fellow you think I am. You might be a diver at heart, but it's a good heart. You've reminded me I need to be true to myself. I've got one more job to take care of before it's ta-ta to London town for the foreseeable. And then, I've got to complete your education in the art of detection a la Gregson, as they say.
Your Excellency, this man is accused of illegal entry into the office of the Minister of Internal Affairs. Objection! The cats! A bleak overstatement! Overruled, the minister has been detained in Britain anyway! Who is this cattish counsel for the defense? And women are forbidden to enter the courtroom! Oh, really? My friend Sato-san is in the British courtroom all the time and doing a wonderful job! It's him!
Perhaps I should have engaged the services of a regular legal team.
The cats! The cat had babies! Babies! Mama, is it true about Japanese people? Are they experts at filleting corpses?
Yes, they are. Fish corpses, on the whole.
I'd like to hone my own filleting skills. You don't mind, do you, Mama?
Yes, I do. I'm not a corpse yet, am I?
No. And I'm glad.
But she will cut you up when you're dead.
Here I am again in Great Britain on the invitation of my dear old university friend. He sent me a very nice letter saying he'd like to show me around now that everything was settled. But what have I done? I was so excited I picked this splendid hotel and now I can't afford the bill! Oh, Barrack, come to my rescue again, please! I wish I could just vanish into thin air sometimes!
Then do it.
When I went to make the waxwork impression of the killer in the cemetery, I realized what had happened. But even in the witness stand of the highest court in the land, I could never speak of it. The Lord Chief Justice and I had struck a bargain, you see. For a faithful reproduction of the visage, there is nothing we two spells would not do.
Oh yeah, Zoe's pink now. Get with the program.
Haha, everyone calls me Gossip. I sell jaunty little tidbits to passerby, you know.
Everyone calls me a pepino, and I sell the spaghetti. It's more red than my hair.
Everyone, they call me. No, I cannot do it. This is ridiculous. Oh, Daly, how charming. You've made lots of new friends here, I see. Yes, and when we're released, we're all going to strike it rich together.
Big Bonnet Club!
When I was accepted on the foreign study tour, I knew exactly what path I had to take. And however it might have ended, I knew that I wanted you there to see it. If I had ended up in the dock, there's no one I would have rather had defending me. But now, thanks to you, there's a new path I want to take. I'm sure we'll meet again in the courtroom, my friend. Until then, I leave Kadama in your care.
I've made some tea, Naruhodo-san. It's important that you rest while you can. Once we arrive in Japan, you shall be busy establishing your new office. I'm so delighted to be accompanying you. After all, your talents have been recognized by a great detective. Because you really are the greatest of lawyers. A great ace attorney, some might say.
Yes, you are purple.
Oh,
the famed photo with the kitty cat. Ow! The whole gang. Wonderful. Beautiful. Have we reached the end? Roll credits. Wait. Those were the credits. Oh, well, here's more of the credits. I have played other Ace Attorney games, but I haven't played all of them yet. Oh, so now we get to see the whole timeline of this game. I remember when this happened in the first one, and Kazuma stays behind while he keeps walking because he died. Devastating. The cat! Oh my god. Look at the little one at the end. Oh my god. Oh. So yeah, I've played the... There he goes. I played all of the original trilogy, and I've played the first Apollo game. That's it. I actually started playing this after the original trilogy, and then the Apollo game came out. I've been playing Chronicles for a long time. I will go look when I started. I'm gonna wait till the credits. It was a long time ago. I've put this game on hiatus a lot, so it has taken me way too long to finish it. And of course, I also took a break to start playing Apollo, because I was just so excited they localized it so I could finally stream it. So I played through the whole first game. So whenever I get back to playing Ace Attorney, I'm gonna be just playing Yakuza for like the next month or so. And then after that, I'm gonna start putting other games back in the schedule, and one of those is gonna be the second Apollo game. So I'll be returning to that. And then when I'm done with both of the remaining Apollo games, I'm going to play the Edgeworth game. Investigations. I remember him. Wah! Wah! I've been through so much to get here. So much. And I love this game. So if I had to rank them, I definitely liked this second game, Resolve, over the first Chronicle game, just because, I mean, this ending is amazing. The third game in the original trilogy was very good too, but this game definitely had so many like quality of life improvements over the original trilogy. The animations were great. But I do love Phoenix and all of the characters from the original trilogy. I love Edgeworth, I love Phoenix, I love Maya, Earl, you know. It's really hard to say. So I would just say that this one, Resolve, is my favorite alongside the final game in the trilogy, which I think was the Justice one. Oh my god, I don't even remember the name, but it's not because I loved it, but my memory is so bad. I know there's Trials and Tribulations, there's Justice for All. Is it Justice for All, or is that Trials is the last one? What's the third one in the trilogy? I'm sorry, I don't remember. But I like that and this one the most, I guess. It's hard for me to pick. It is Trials and Tribulations, okay. Yeah, Trials and then this one, I guess. Yeah, Justice for All was the middle one, wasn't it? Fuck it up, Sholmes! Look, he's still clapping, he's still clapping. Yeah, you can clap in hell, buddy. Oh my gosh. It really took 2 more hours. No joke, it took 2 hours to do the, like, wrapping it up kind of thing. That's alright. The game deserves my time after I've put it on the back burner so often that it took this long to finish it. Oh my god. I'm gonna try to be better about that moving forward. Like, the next game that I'm gonna start playing, the Maji Gaiden game, I'm just gonna play that for a full month, you know, so we can get a good head start on completing it. Of course, I still want to finish all the side content, as I usually do, so it's probably still gonna take a long time to finish the game, but I'm gonna enjoy every fucking second of it, that's for sure. I'm not gonna let anyone rush me. Anyway, Ace Attorney! Ace Attorney done! My goodness. Oh! Girl! It's because I literally, that's how long these credits are. Girl, let me in. Open up. No, 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 no. We're almost done. Literally, we're at the end. Like, Great Ace Attorney 2 Resolve finished. There you have it. There you have it. I hope y'all enjoyed my playthrough. Oh, that's beautiful. I love that. I love Cosmo. I love him. Oh yeah, we can turn sound effects back on now. There you go. Sorry, y'all. They're on now. So glad I could be here for this. Yeah. I appreciate all of you that are here right now very much. Or if you're watching this on YouTube, I appreciate you too. Or if you're watching this as a VOD later, I appreciate you too. Gotta recognize everybody. Thank you, thank you! Oh my gosh, and then now we have this pretty scene! Hello, VOD friends, yeah. Hello, YouTube! Everyone say hello, YouTube! Before I say goodnight, I have to face up to my past wrongs. I have to face up to the reality of the situation, which is I took way too fucking long to finish this. So let's go see how long exactly it has been. Now, of course, I started Resolve. Okay, let's go backwards, right? I started Resolve, which is the second game in the series. Do y'all want to know? Oh my god. Yeah, that's how I feel about myself right now. I started just Resolve September of 2023. Now, Great Ace Attorney Adventures began March 2023. So this is a playthrough that's been in the makings for 2 years. I did acknowledge that like the other day, like last week or something. I was like, I think I've been playing this for 2 years, yeah. I'm so sorry. But literally, it's always been like, oh, this other game came out. Oh, this other game came out. Oh, this other game came out. So then I would stop playing the Chronicles games for like 3 or 4 months at a time. So it's not like I literally have been playing it every week for 2 years. I took breaks from it. I think even between Adventures and Resolve, I took a hiatus from it. But hey, we finished it, didn't we? We sure did. My god, I'm so sorry. But hey, we're done, right? We finished it though, yes. I could have given up and just never finished it. There's been a few playthroughs I stopped and didn't return to, you know? There's too many games these days, nobody can play them all. Yeah, that's what I found, like I want to stream the FF7 Part 2, Remake Part 2, but I think it's just gonna take me too long to finish that. And there's so many other games I need to get to that I'm like, I think I just need to focus on like Ace Attorney, Yakuza, and then, you know, the spattering of short games here and there, you know, that I know that I can finish. But we ironically took less time with Infinite Wealth than we did this. Well, yeah, I mean, like, I was playing Infinite Wealth every week, aside from any stream breaks that I took, which also happened. I know that we're going to be hit with so much whiplash from seeing these 3D sprites, so well done and masterfully crafted. And then there's the ones from Ace Attorney 5, the very first ones. Oh god. Oh boy. Yeah, I remember the animations we got in the first Apollo game. That was a trip. Like Little Kitty Big City. That is a short game I could play, technically, yeah. Perhaps. Anyway, I think we've been hanging out long enough. It's been 5.5 hours of stream. It's 3:30 a.m. I need to go get some food and some sleep, but I hope that y'all have a wonderful rest of your nights. I'm not even gonna try to do a raid because there's probably nobody streaming right now that I follow, and nobody I follow streams this late. I gotta find some people probably, but my gosh. Okay, anyway. Thank you, Bishi. Goodbye, chat. Goodbye. See you later, maybe. Never goodbye. Sayonara. Never sayonara. Anyway. Good night, everyone. But I appreciate y'all very, 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 very much. Especially you've been following the Chronicles playthrough that I've been doing this whole fucking time. I'm so sorry it took me so long. And I appreciate your patience and your enjoyment of the series. And all of this will also be up on the YouTube later. And if you'd like to follow me in other places, I'm most active on Blue Sky at the moment. We also have a Discord open to anybody. It's the best place to be for stream updates, the schedule, or if you just want to hang out with us off stream, be part of the community, be a bishy bish, you know? And I'll be back next Tuesday through Friday. Anyway, have a good night, everybody. Bye.